gendered approach and analysis. Gendered lawmaking implementation and oversight should be a norm, and that will be a critical step in paving a way for women to have equitable access to land. That is my way of welcoming you, and I look forward to fruitful engagement. But I request you to understand that women are not a homogeneous group, as there are rural women, urban women, women living in informal settlement, and there are women who have means and resources to purchase land. They needs and obstacles faced by these women are different and varied. Therefore, when we speak about women and land, we need to have that at the back of our mind. As the director of this session, let us get on it on our program now. And thank you very much. You are all warmly welcome. We're now moving to the second item, where I'm going to request the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable S.E. Lucas, to give us the contextualization, the Women's Charter Review Land Reform Summit. She's going to give us the role of the legislation. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, the Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus in Parliament, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Prof. Lengwe Mkize, who is also the National Convener of the Progressive Women's Movement of South Africa, the Deputy Minister for Justice and Correctional Services, Members of Parliament, Speakers and Members of Provincial Legislatures, the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Dr. Ntabiseng Moleko, the Commissioner of the CGE, Ms. Gertrude Matupi, Commissioner for South African Law Reform Society, Professor Domingo, and the members of the FFC, Dr. Nube and Ms. Nomonde Madubula. Mahatma Gandhi used to say, the 7 deadly sins that are the root cause of disorderly modern societies are, and I quote, wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without character, commerce without morality, science without humanity, religion without sacrifice, and politics without principles, close quote. 2019 marked 25 years since the adoption of the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality. This 25 years milestone compels us to reflect on the long journey that women have undertaken in order to address issues of gender inequality. Hence, as mandated by the resolution at the 2019 Women's Parliament, we have begun a process to review the entire women's rights regime in order to take stock of our achievements while assessing weaknesses in our system of governance. During the district review sessions, we have been undertaken an assessment of the gender responsiveness of local government. We have observed the glaring gaps between policy and practice. We have also observed the blatant disjuncture between the public endorsement of gender equality and actual institutional practices, which still leave women being disproportionately affected by poverty and inequality. This phenomenon is particularly poignant in South Africa, and it's a stark indicator of policy failure. The evidence of the persistence of gender inequality after 1994 is indeed disheartening, as various indicators underscore the following. Black African female-headed households are still the poorest of the poor in South Africa. Unemployment rates tends to be higher for women than men, and furthermore, those not in employment or in education or training rates particularly high amongst female youth. Gender equality indicators and the collection of gender disaggregated information is limited. The gender discourse in South Africa is often events-based, with no concrete or strategic programs in place to bring about real transformation. Distinguished delegates, our society is deeply patriarchal, and violence against women is endemic and consequentially continues to destroy the fabric of cohesion in our society. Our country's rate of rape has also been found to be the highest of all the Interpol member countries. Our society has turned women into objects of exploitation for their labor, power, and of consumption for biological reproductive capacity. Women find themselves living in a violent and patriarchal society, deprived of resources and tangible opportunities. We have gathered here today to engage in the ideology on how to change the status of women in South Africa. We are here today because we have found that development policies and legislative frameworks are not making the impact that we had hoped for. Indeed, when poverty and inequality deepens and further continues to mostly affect women over a 25-year period, we have been alerted to the reality of the inadequacy of existing policy and legislative frameworks to address the social, political, and economic needs of women. We have been alerted to the fact that our institutional arrangements are not designed to make space for women to develop. Furthermore, our governance system, although it intends to, it does not adequately plan, budget, and support strategic programs to change the material conditions of women. Today's summit, under the auspices of the 1994 Women's Charter Review process, seeks to achieve the following: to conduct a 25-year gender analysis and review of key policies and legislation that have been enacted since the advent of democracy. We want to assess the efficacy of existing policies and legislation with particular emphasis on whether they are able to meaningfully advance gender equality. We also seek to identify gender-related gaps in legislation under review, with particular emphasis on identifying aspects of the law that impede the improvement of women's quality of life. Most importantly, we should not lament the status quo, but we must further advance to make concrete recommendations for amendment. Such strategically affected amendments must enable us to sharpen our development policies and legislative regime that is in place, thereby ensuring that all key legislation becomes responsive to the current challenges faced by women in South Africa. Today's session must also enable us to identify development catalyzing policies and legislation with the objective of crystallizing a coordinated and implementing approach. We must also be able to define apex priorities for women as demanded by women and ensure the attainment of gender equality. Distinguished delegates, honorable members, it is my firm belief that real transformation can only successfully occur where the majority of individuals in political and executive institutions change their mindset, their behavior, their corporate culture, and institutionalize an integrated approach to doing things. We are embarking on this process to accelerate some of the resolutions which have been advanced at our various sector engagements. For instance, during the National Gender Machinery Summit held in March 2020, the Commission for Gender Equality urged us to take into consideration the framing of the National Development Plan and provincial growth and development strategies. It was emphasized that these prescripts must be underpinned by gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, while institutionalizing a gender audit approach. The Commission further urged us to review the National Gender Policy Framework of 2000. It was further emphasized that the review process must also take into consideration the non-binding nature of this framework, as it does not support the vision of achieving gender equality and women empowerment. We have further taken note of the critical interface between gender-related issues and development policy landscape, as envisioned in South Africa's National Development Plan, Vision 2030, the SDGs, the AU's Agenda 2063, and other international and regional gender frameworks. We are therefore convening this summit today in order to gather strategic minds, legal experts, and ordinary South African women in order to deliberate on proposed reforms in existing legislation, under each article of the Women's Charter for Effective Equality. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, beyond this point, we must be able to regularly review all laws which enhance gender transformation and not wait for another 25 years to do such. In conclusion, if we lose the fight to liberate women, we will have lost all our rights to hope for the positive and superior transformation of our society. Our nation building will no longer have any meaning. I urge all of us, distinguished women and men gathered here today, to move to the front line and be part of agitating for measurable change. We wish you fruitful deliberations, and with the information that we are going to gather today, let us go out and make a difference where we are. I thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Ms. Lucas. Indeed, we need to change our mindset, our behavior, our integrated approach when dealing to these issues of women. If we can really do that, all of us, we can commit ourselves. I think at the end of the day, we can achieve what we want to achieve. We also want to thank you in advising us that we don't need to wait for 25 years again in order to make the review. I think we will consider that in future. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. We are proceeding with our program. Now I'm going to call upon Dr. N. Muleko, the Deputy Chairperson for Commission for Gender Equality. Deputy Chairperson, over to you.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Honorable Program Director. Good morning to Deputy Speaker of NCOP. Good morning to honorable members that are here. Good morning to my fellow panelists from the different stakeholder organizations. And a very good morning to also my fellow Commissioner, Commissioner Motupi, who's here as well with me. What we have decided to do, colleagues, this morning, Honorable Deputy Minister was here as well, the two who are here, is to really give an overview of some of the things that we believe are critical from the Women's Charter perspective, some of the legislative prescripts, some of the things we have done, and some of the emphasis. I think mine is to really also look at the gender analysis of the MDP overarching. And I've chosen some 3 key articles in relation to the Women's Charter because there are various articles and there's a lot of content, but because of time, we have to focus. So the 3 key ones that I will cover is education, economic, and our Commissioner Motupi will then look at some of the legislative prescripts around GBV, around issues of also women empowerment in mind, and then she will split it with me in terms of deliberation. So I thank you. I'll ask if Kevin can put my slides up so I can take you through the presentation. Thank you so much. The first point that I want to outline, colleagues, this morning, honorable members, is that we know the mandate of CGE. You can quickly go through that one. We are at Chapter 9 set out by Section 181 of the Constitution, and the mandate is provided by Section 187. If you can quickly just finish this one. Where I want to go is the last point here. Ours is to really protect, develop, and attain gender equality. And how we do that, you can go to the last point, is we educate, lobby, advise, but also we have power to monitor and investigate. What we have done is we have come into CGE, some of us as commissioners who are not carrying from the pre-2017, is to really assess how much efficacy there is in terms of monitoring and investigation. How are we conducting ourselves in terms of outcomes? And we really had to be honest with ourselves to say, we think we can do better. And I'll give you examples of where we think we can do better and how we think we can do better, colleagues, this morning, because of the power given to us in the Constitution and the outcomes that we are seeing. We are not happy with them. I must be honest, some of the outcomes I'm going to share with you this morning, they particularly point out that we have to do better on behalf of the ladies and the women in this country. If you look at the background, you can go to the next slide, Kevin, of the Women's Charter. Since 1954, there were specific targets and articles. particularly shifting the socio-economic and political positioning of women in this country. And the question is, have we done this? Have we been able across the public and the private to realize this goal? The CGE is an institution and a point, in fact, to try to achieve some of these goals, to try to achieve some of these outcomes. If you can go to the last two bullet points, Kevin. And the question is that because now we're enshrined in the Constitution to establish these goals, have they been realized according to the targets? There's two more on the slide, and then you can go to the next one. And when we look at the facts, because that's what we are looking at, it looks like we haven't really gotten the target. It looks like, based on some of the Honorable Lucas has mentioned, Deputy Speaker, that from a femicide perspective, we are the worst in the world, showing you that if only we look at one indice to measure ourselves on, we're not doing particularly well. You can go to the next slide. Now, I want to link it to the NDP because the discussion at hand is really how have we met the gender-specific goals in relation to the National Development Target. So a lot of the time we focus on the condition of women and the condition of minorities and the condition of LGBTQI only, and not link it to the National Development Plan. What the diagnostic report has said in 2011 is that people are not working. What the diagnostic report has said in 2011 is that South Africans do not have proper quality education, particularly for Black people. What the diagnostic assessment has said is that infrastructure is poorly located. What that means, colleagues, is that the uneven development or spatial planning of the apartheid era hasn't changed, right? So when we are talking about the emergency response action plan that the president has announced, what we must do is oversee whether that plan deals with the old spatial planning pattern, the investment pathways, and the flow of infrastructure to where it is inadequate and under-maintained because of the spatial divide. 2011, NDP said the economy is unsustainable and is resource intensive. What are we seeing 10 years later? We're seeing an economy before COVID with two technical recessions, an economy that is debt-led, an economy that is consumption-based, an economy that is not growing based on productive capacity, an economy that is deindustrializing. It is unsustainable. And we are not dealing sufficiently with some of these issues as we assess ourselves, even as the commission. And we are saying we are changing our path to say, how can we focus better on some of these things? The healthcare system, public services, corruption, and the division in South African society is the outcomes of the NDP assessment of 2011. Therefore, from a planning perspective, what are we saying? You can click to the next one. We must, across all these indices, have gender-specific, yes, thank you. We must, across all these indices, have gender-specific data. We do not sufficiently have data. So what CGE has done, and we have invited some of you in the last 2 quarters, we have had a webinar series where we've invited Stats SA, we've invited Medical Research Council, we've invited various stakeholders to say, how can we begin to collect indices and data that we can monitor all of these issues, including GBV. We have seen that the country has the capability to collect data, particularly for issues like COVID, at a district level, at a provincial level, on a daily basis, even on a monthly basis, and this can be tracked. Why do we not do this across where there are hotspot problems in education, in GBV, in economic outcomes, right? That's number one. So we're working on this as CGE now, and we've had engagements with these stakeholders, and we are driving this as the commission. Second, there must be measurable outputs linked with clearly linked budgetary allocation. Why is this important? Colleagues? All right. We must have measurable outputs and clearly linked budget allocations. Why is this important? Because it is the budget that informs whether we hit at these NDP diagnostic problems. It is the budget that informs whether the movement of funds and resources, because the resources determine whether there's a change of behavior. The institutionalization of gender responsive budgeting has got to be done. We've been working closely with the Department of Women Ministry, Youth, People Living with Disability. Those departments are key in institutionalizing gender responsive budgeting. The framework, the policies have been adopted. The issue is now implementation. We're therefore saying it should be an intrinsic part of planning, but if you don't have reliable data, if you don't have reliable output that you're measuring and monitoring, and this is where now the CGE has also, the second point we've reported in the portfolio committee, and they are on us on this to say, how are you monitoring yourself, CGE? How are you monitoring your own work? And we've created a monitoring tool to say, how can we do better? And we focus on the legal reports and some of the research reports that we have done to say, therefore, after this report that we have now issued, what is being done by the relevant department or stakeholder or private sector? So these for us are critical. This slide is something that I should put at the end, but because I want your attention right at the beginning to see that these are some of the recommendations that we believe across the divide of these 9 specific areas that the NDP has targeted. We must have data for gender. We must have measurable outputs linked to gender budgets that is ring-fenced, and this must be institutionalized. Kevin, we can go to the next slide. The background of the Women's Charter I've already mentioned, but what I wanted to show you on the right-hand side, you can go to the next point. There's a blue slide that will come, yes. The milestones that the National Development Plan set out is that they want to create 13 million employment, increase it by 2030 to 24 million. What we have seen in the last 10 years, though, is we have seen unemployment worsening. We have seen an expanded definition of unemployment sitting at 42% right now. In the last quarter, we lost 2.2 million jobs right now. In fact, there are more South Africans on social grants, 19 million, than those that are working in this country. It is a crisis. So this milestone has not been met. I'll also show you some data and facts on the issue of employment and how it's gender sensitive. Women are worse off in terms of... Colleagues, can you help me?
Honorable members, can we all switch our mics except the speaker, please? Please.
Thank you. I think the colleague forgot to switch off their mic. I think Kevin, just mute everyone and then I'll unmute.
Kevin, just mute those that are not speaking, please.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. The other target for the NDP was to raise per capita. Thank you. I will show you that the per capita income comparable to other emerging markets has not improved in South Africa. And then the increase of the national income of the bottom 40% has not increased as purported from 6 to 10. Now, let me explain why this is important. This last one on the share of national income increasing. South Africa, the bottom 40%, that means the poorest South Africans who are in the lower income decile, is known as the bottom 40%. Their proportion of wealth, i.e. the amount of money that is in the total pie of the South African income proportion, how much of that are they getting? The stats in 2011 is that they're getting 6%. The target was to increase it from 6 to 10. So the 40% of South Africa, almost half of South Africa is only getting 6% of the income of this country. Half of South Africa is almost getting 6%. This is a problem. Now, the target for NDP was to improve it to 10. Status A did a survey in 2017, and we've assessed that survey. We've found that this is only marginally improved to 8%. In fact, the wealth is sitting with 10%. 90% of the wealth is sitting with 10% of the population, which is mainly white people. Why is this a problem? If you grow as an economy, your growth is not spreading out. The distribution of your growth, the benefits of your growth, if you do not have income distribution in your population, i.e. the pathways are concentrated with a few. That is why it's a problem to have a Gini index that is the highest in the world. Because out of the million that you make, 900,000 goes to one person. And then the rest of you, 99, are sharing the 100,000. That is what they are saying when they talk about income inequality, wealth inequality. You have to spread it to try and say, if there's 100 people, all of you out of that million, you are getting the same amount, right? And there's not one person who takes the bulk. In South Africa, we're currently seeing that this one they have not also been able to do. So what did then CGE do halfway between? We did an analysis, you can click on the next one, Kevin, of the NDP vision and looked at the gender perspective. There's a report, I can provide it to the members if you would like it, Kevin, so that you can circulate to the members on the NDP. I'm not going to share it today. It's a whole report. It's about 40, 50 pages, so that you can have a sense of how is the NDP gendered. What we'll focus on today is really looking at some of the outcomes and the enabling framework that would enable us to meet these outcomes. You can go to the next. Some of the key points that we pull out is the issue of infrastructure, the issue of, you can go to the next slide, the issue of the skills, particularly management and the managerial post, professional and technical skills reflecting the makeup of South Africa. The next is issue of assets really being distributed across disadvantaged groups and in the main women. The issue of increasing quality of education to the children in our schools and across the rural and urban divide. I like the point that the program director and the deputy speaker made, that we cannot look at rural and urban the same. What we have found is the spatial patterns and the outcomes of poverty are concentrated in your rural households, rural areas, and therefore your emphasis in terms of redress has to be there. You can go to the next slide, Kevin. We must provide affordable healthcare and establish effective, particularly public transport. Now, these milestones are all critical enablers to changing some of the outcomes that we see. So what has the CGE done using its tools and using the mandate? You can go to the next slide. So we've got 5 tools that we primarily use. We liaise and interact, we monitor, all right? We propose and recommend new laws, which we'll talk about. C, we develop, conduct, and manage research. You can show the whole slide. We also investigate and we liaise and interact with various institutions and bodies. So these are the tools and the instruments that CGE uses. And I'll share a little bit on some of these, and some of these will go forward. But on the main, we monitor and evaluate. We call departments, we call institutions to check if they're complying. Can we do better here? Absolutely. Have we done sufficiently, particularly in the area of GBV? I must say, honestly to say, I don't think we have done enough. We are now going to release an overview of the Emergency Response Action Plan of the President, and we're going to be very, very clear to say, has government complied and met its own goals and targets on the Emergency Response Action Plan? We're seeing government is now moving to the National Strategic Plan, but the government first had said that they are going to allocate 1.6 billion, and we're assessing what has been done with the old Emergency Response Action Plan. And also with the new one, we will say what were the failures of the old, and even in implementing the new to see whether it'll be a success. And I'm just zooming in as a case in point. What we're finding is that there's a repetition of strategic plans being generated, new plans, new things, but there's no oversight to see whether those things have been done and whether they have been implemented. So these are the 5 mechanisms that we use. If we go into GBV, you can go to the next slide. We must, as a game changer, prioritize the issue of coordination of state and the functions of the state agencies. We need to prioritize. If you look at Article 10 of the Women's Charter, it focuses on the issue of GBV, violence against women, but the focus, colleagues, and I know we've been working now as an example, the Gauteng legislature, on issue of prevention, of dealing with the issue of young men in their youth, understanding what is consent, understanding what is it to be a responsible young man, understanding that they have jurisdiction over their bodies. They don't have jurisdiction over a young woman's body. Understanding what are the key drivers to this. And it's all in their minds. It's all in the practices in society. And we need to focus on some of the game changers in the targets that can change the outcomes. That's what we are doing. And we are encouraging all the provinces to monitor and to model what Gauteng has done as a legislature, to try and work with young men, fathers, boy children on this issue of GBV. The second point we have made is that GBV is an academic. However, we are going to focus in our Emergency Response Action Plan overview on whether indeed the funding spoke to that, on whether indeed the government departments have monitored and done what they promised as per what the president had promised. And we will release this in the next month. We also believe that we must increase the data tracking, and we've done a lot of efforts to try and improve this on the hotspot areas. The policing system and the justice system, Commissioner Motupi will speak to in terms of the legislative prescripts. We also believe that economic dependence is a driver and also one of the key points that we need to use to inform and assist women to be less dependent on violent partners. Therefore, the issue of investment and procurement being used to advance empowerment of women is a critical enabler and tool. If you go to the next slide, we can see we've done a policy overview. This is the work that I do specifically at the Commission. I look at economic issues. What this shows you here is that South Africa, over the last five economic plans, has not met its economic growth targets. Why am I saying this? Look at this slide. I want you to just study it. On the left, it's showing you what the targets were of GEAR. The first one was GEAR. You will all remember GEAR just after RDP. Many of you were in parliament or activists just after you were activists, and you were very excited you come with GEAR. What were the outcomes of GEAR? 3.2% average growth. This is the best performing after ASGISA. If you look at the performance of ASGISA on average, ASGISA, you will remember, is a joint initiative for priority skill acquisition, and it was also a macroeconomic framework. This left-hand side, target was 5.3% for growth. What did we meet as a country? 2.5%. Then from NGP to NDP, after we've adopted what we call this neoliberal framework, it's now been downward, the performance. We've performed at 2.8% average over the new growth path, over the National Development Plan, which is why we're here today. Can you see the performance of growth on average is 1.2%? We are not growing. No one can conclusively argue South Africa is growing. The Minister of Finance now, in the last medium-term budget policy statement, has purported that average growth in the next 10 years will be 3%. This growth we have been unable to attain since 2010. It's not clear after COVID how this growth will be reached if there's no real structural transformation, if there's no real change to the investment pathways. South Africa has had a services-led growth path. This services-led growth path is reason why we have 10 million people unemployed, because industry is not growing, because factories are closing, because we're importing, we are not producing, and our productive capacity is not being enhanced. When women are not employed, the sectors, if you look at clothing and textiles, I'll zoom in there, we've allowed Chinese imports because of our neoliberal trade policy, because of our neoliberal capital market framework. Money goes out of South Africa, even within trade. We're losing because our policy framework are not protecting the South African policy framework, and we need to therefore decide what is it that we want to do to grow the South African growth path. From 1.2%, where are we going with 1.2%? 6% is what this country needs. This is what the NDP set out. The Minister of Finance has now said the growth path projection is 3% in the outer year, next year. The next 2 years is 1.5 and 1.7%. 1.5, 1.7% cannot be the growth target for this country. We cannot accept that as a country. Why? Because we have 10.8 million unemployed South Africans, plus 2.2 million the last quarter. They may have been absorbed, few of them now, because the economic situation has changed, but this is really poor in terms of outcomes. So this is the state of our economy. This is why we need to do more and do better. You can go to the next slide. The effect of this is unemployment is concentrated among the youth. That green line there is showing you that the youth between 15 to 24 have level of unemployment up to 60%. The women in the red have unemployment higher than the men in the black line, right? You can see that black line, unemployment is over 20% for men, going towards over 30% for women. Is always a gap. The woman unemployment level is always higher than the male unemployment. Then you find that the highest concentration is the youth, with that massive gap between the red and the gray, the red and the green line. The slides that show the navy blue and the blue is the difference between what we call expanded and the narrow definition. I won't focus on that, but all it's saying is that there are people that have lost hope in South Africa. They are not counted anymore in the numbers in what is called the narrow definition, because they've given up looking for work. So that blue, that light blue, those bars that you see, that is talking about the unemployment rate that is always being published. So you remember in the last quarter, there was a big noise about how is the unemployment improving when more people are not working. It's because they didn't count what is called discouraged work seekers. that is more than almost 4 million people in this country. And those discouraged work seekers are not included in the light blue. And this is a problem. So the real numbers you should always look at is broad unemployment, or what is known as the expanded definition, which is the dark blue, which is the real situation, because it includes your discouraged work seekers. So this situation needs to be dealt with more decisively. I spoke to you about per capita GDP, and that was an NDP target. You could go to the next slide, Kevin. And you can see here that the South Africa's per capita GDP is the red. As comparatively speaking to other countries, you can see that South Africa is doing worse. The gap between South Africa and other countries in the emerging market is wide, is widening. How do you see that? Look at the red and compare it with that line that is blue, that is straight. That is the average emerging markets per capita GDP. That includes countries like us, Brazil, China, Turkey, Ghana. These are the emerging markets countries that we compare ourselves to, right? And you see them, they are going up. What is happening in South Africa is that per capita GDP is going down. In fact, if you look at where we are now, we are where we were in 1997-8. We are worse than where we were in 1994. This is very troubling for me. The quality of life is not improving. Let's go to the next slide. You can pass it as a repeat. I think the one that I want to focus on as a last point fact is the inequality. And I want to just stress this. Inequality in South Africa is worse in the world. We know, and I want to show you that this problem, even with all of our infrastructure, if we don't make a point to deal with redistribution, i.e. we must spread the wealth. The other thing we use is the spreading of factors of production. Land, I heard the program director speak about land. Capital, banks, we must discipline capital. We need to spread the wealth. We need to spread the access that our people have through issue of capital, financial markets, loan guarantee scheme that we have seen the 200 billion in the fiscus now. Only 16 billion has been used by the banks. Why is the balance? And this is something members should be talking about, not being used to be given to DFIs. That is helping Black entrepreneurs. That balance, because the companies like Standard Bank, Nedbank, ABSA, they're not even using the 200 billion given by the president. They're not even giving mainly Black companies. The companies that are actually giving 75%, we've heard the Minister of Small Business state on air that the 75% of the beneficiaries is white companies. So the same people are getting the benefit of the money that is meant for the stimulus when it's mainly the poor who are unequally affected by the pandemic. So this inequality that you see here, where South Africa is that red in comparison to all the other African countries, we are doing the worst. Until we redistribute the factors of production in this country, we will remain there leading in the wrong thing on inequality. We have to change this. CGE has therefore made submission in terms of this economic issue to the Minister of Finance, Economic Strategy. Although we didn't receive a response, we will follow this up. And really, we are going to be very much determined to change some of these things in the next phase of our tenure. We have appointed a new CEO, I must report, and in our strategic planning, the watchdog approach is something that we are going to focus on very strategically and not be a toothless watchdog. We want to bite. Go to the next one. Thank you, Kevin. So that these items that we're seeing, where you can go to the next one, the percentage gap between women and men in terms of labor force participation, the proportion of women in the unemployed and also in the informal sector are given the necessary protection, and the gender pay gap is dealt with. You see that women spend a lot more time, 2.5%, 2.5 times more doing domestic work than they are than men do. So you see that more domestic work and care work is not paid because women are there. And these are the gender disparities in the labor market which we are dealing with. You can go to the next slide. So this is the Women's Charter Area 3. So there's a lot of work we've done around assessing some of the DTI problems, assessing some of the problems of support. We've noted what is the triple PFA regulation that now the Supreme Court of Appeal has said must be disbanded with concern. However, we are going to have a response to that, because this issue of preferential procurement is an act through the BBBEE, is not a choice. This thing of redress for women and also Black people is not a choice. This is an act because of historical redress that must occur. And I think that we as a country need to focus on that and try to understand what is the role of the regulations when they are thrown out by the courts, and what is our response to that. So we're still studying that judgment to try and understand exactly what is the meaning of it and also the meaning of this regulatory issue. And let's go to the next slide. We therefore wrote this sink or swim report to try to improve the outcomes of some of the issue of women empowerment with DTI and small business. It's available as well online. I've just put it there as an example. And the main point, colleagues, I want to raise is that public procurement targets remain that. Unless we are monitoring whether the government meets its targets, unless we're monitoring whether National Treasury even records if women businesses are recorded and whether the uptake of the loans and the uptake of the benefits are actually recorded. Someone must monitor that. And CGE, together with other partners, should monitor that. Because if they are not monitored, they will keep announcing the targets of 40%, and no one knows whether it's been met or not. And I think we have not been as efficient as we should be in this regard. We can go to basic education. Just skip 2 slides, Kevin. I just want to wrap up because of time. Basic education, you can wrap up. These are some of the things we have done. This presentation will be circulated to all the members to see, to assess the effectiveness of gender focal persons, gender machinery, NDP. You can go to the next slide. But the main thing I want to point out to is the education and training. The other area I think that we must focus on is the issue of education and training, is the issue of curbing pregnancy amongst girls of school age, developing programs that speak to this, is the issue of national policy for prevention and management of learner pregnancy. We're finding a phenomenon with the Stats SA that there are lots of children between 12 and 16 who are pregnant at school. We are not sure who the fathers are. We are going to roll out hearings to deal with this because it's statutory rape if there's anyone over 16 who is a father of those children. And there's no focus on this as a country. And I think some of these things, particularly SGBs, need to get involved on overseeing where, if teachers are violating children in schools, even if learners that are over age are violating children in schools, that must be dealt with and not allowed to just continue unabated. And the other issue in South African education is the issue of women academics, lecturers, executive management, and the concentration of those across the board. A lot of reports have come out to try and deal with this, and we're saying that we need to, and we have done a lot of hearings in this regard across the cluster of TVET and higher education reports to try and change these outcomes to say the proportion of academics that are of color, that are diverse, that are women and female. In some universities, you have 1 Black female professor across the whole university. This is unacceptable in 2020, but I'll move. But the improvement of outcomes of maths and science is very critical at both school level and TVET colleges because it affects both the market of labor, but also what happens to our people post-schooling. You can go to the next slide. You'll see why I say this. This matters because if our people don't have post-school education, they remain poor. There's a big link to poverty, inequality, and unemployment with level of schooling. So you see there that 59% of people who have no education, formal education, are poor. But as you have more and more education, this slides down, right? So this is Statistics SA data showing you that if you have high secondary education or some secondary, the level of poverty goes down to 36%, secondary education 21%. If you have a higher education, i.e. a post-school learning, the level of poverty is 6%. So what is this saying? It's saying that let's educate our people. Let's make sure that our education systems and education outcomes are the focus of even the gender issues, because that unemployment that is affecting mainly women, you will find that many of them were not able to finish their schooling. Many of them were not able to access secondary schooling possibility, or because they got pregnant, they had to drop out. We must encourage learners to go back into the system, but also the higher proportion of high school leaving learners who go to post-school, post-secondary school education, they have less poverty. So these things are very useful for us because to deal with even GBV, we need to look at the issue of economic dependence. It's also linked to education. Let's not lose sight of the importance of education linked to all these other issues. We can go to the next slide, Kevin. We are doing well on Article 7 in terms of proportion of women representation in the National Assembly. We have improved. Rwanda is doing best in the world in terms of continentally. The Women Index that looks at gender parity annually that's released. But you can see here that South Africa is sitting at 179 members in the House, 45%, close to 50%. So we must celebrate particularly the ruling party because of if you look at, we do a study on elections and we look at each of the parties, is the ruling party that has the majority of women, particularly in the House, in the members of parliament in terms of, because of their own rules. The other parties, we find that there's a skew towards men, and we point this out in the study in the elections report. But in National Assembly for the country, we have seen improvements year on year out. So you can see we've moved from 33% all the way to 45%. So we can say in terms of Article 7, we are definitely improving, and we can give ourselves a clap. But what you must look at then is the detail. The power is concentrated, though. You'll find if you now break down the top 6 or the structure of the federal structure or the command council in each of the political parties, you'll find that the power is still resting with you know who. Let's go to the next slide. The reality is therefore that we have a lot of frameworks that are improving some of the commitments around gender equality. There are a lot of obligations around gender prioritization that the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability have pushed for in terms of planning. However, the response is very weak. The response is very poor. And this is where we need to strengthen, particularly Department of Women, the oversight on responsive planning outcomes, right? Let's go to the statistics. Next point. We must use stats to measure outcomes both at a ward, district, and provincial level. Institutional mechanisms are very weak. The Department of Monitoring and Evaluation should also have institutional mechanisms that oversee some of these things. We have even suggested in one of the House sittings we had with the NCLP and also other members earlier this year, there was a sitting on the gender-based issues in Parliament this year before COVID in March. We said to the House that let's look at the Auditor General auditing like it audits such outcomes. It must audit these gender outcomes across the departments. It will make our job very easy because then they have the tools, and then each municipality, each department must report on the relevant indices that speak. Some of them gender responsive budgeting. I'm about to go to the next slide on the provincial architecture. Go to the next slide. Thank you. So what this means is if you look on the left-hand side, that you monitor, and then these indicators at a local government and a provincial level must be overseen by the DPME and should be monitored. I'm not sure who's scratching on the screen. If you can undo those scratches, thank you. But each of these across economic empowerment, financial inclusion, social sector, health, education, these are the sectors then you measure the gender priority and you measure the indicators. This is now what the gender responsive framework has done. And then it must be monitored. And let's move to the next slide, to finality. You can skip this. So some of the provinces have done this in their strategic planning, and the slide presentation will be provided. You can go to the next slide. This is what's been done in some of the provinces that we have done work in. I'm mentioning the Western Cape because I'm a Western Cape-based commissioner. The last is to say, what therefore should we do in terms of planning outcomes? We must increase the proportion of women across the board. We must focus on human resource skills and capacitation with the Department of Basic Education and Higher Education and Training. The economic cluster has various ministries that we must oversee as the CGE and continue to work with in light of this. To achieve equitable representation, we are trying to strengthen our work with the Public Service Commission and the Commission of Employment Equity in this regard. And preferential procurement across national treasury departments must be a focus and a case in point. And lastly, the private sector credit extension, which is a private sector issue, and loan advances must be overseen to see if there's a gender dimension to that and manage the gender dimension. So therefore, the legislation recommended and some of the legislation we have recommended as I close is economic growth must come with distribution. You can go to the last slide, Kevin. There's 2 slides left after this. There must be sanctions for those who don't redistribute. There must be sanctions of enforcement for those very tough sanctions of enforcement, which we need to enforce. We must improve our maths and science outcomes so that we can improve manufacturing subsector, science and technology. We must also look at economic strategy that is underpinned by industrialization and rural development. This should not be a negotiable if we want to change the investment pathways of this country and we want to include women who are mainly affected by this economic migrancy. Families have been broken, men were minors. We need to rebuild South Africa, and if we want to do that, we must change the economic strategy where people don't have to be economic migrants in their own country. We actually should see economic redistribution and gains in Mpumalanga, in Eastern Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal, in the rural areas, in Northern Cape. People shouldn't have to travel out to get jobs. There should be jobs in every province because we change the investment pathways. That's what it's called. PFMA must be used to recapitalize also the NEF and SIPA. We need to focus on the National Empowerment Fund and also your SIPA. Why? Because these are the funding agencies that focus on women, youth, and Black people. If we don't focus on these agencies, we are playing, because the banks, the commercial banks, we have seen with the loan guarantee, they have no interest in financing what they deem high risk. They're risk averse, even with government guarantees. And I'm happy to hear that there's talk about a state bank, but that bank, together with these other DFIs that are already in existence, should be bolstered and recapitalized. And go to the next slide. We must oversee illicit flows, particularly with the Reserve Bank, and have wealth tax and look at legislation that that deals with illicit capital flows. Tax reserves and cash reserves of corporates that disinvest South Africa must be taxed. The procurement bill, there must be mandatory targets. If you don't meet them, there must be sanctions and accountability. And lastly, to end, the structure of the economy right now, there are what we call oligopolies that control everything in this country. Particularly if you look at what you will understand, if I talk about the supermarket, there are few supermarkets that control the whole of South Africa's value chain. If you try to enter that market as a supermarket, even as a small business, you are likely to be dealt with harshly from a price perspective because that's how cartels behave. So we need to deal with this issue of concentration index. It's called concentration index from a competition perspective. And it's something that I think the country hasn't focused on at all. Colleagues, I think that I'm going to stop there and I'll be available for the discussion. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muleko. Your presentation was so powerful. And I do believe that it was an eye-opener to most of us here. I was checking, we're having 148 participants. And I believe they are all South Africans. I think the challenge has been posed to all of us. According to the diagnostic report that we get today, it means there are a lot of things that need us to look into it or to strategize in order to be counted as one of the countries instead of counted to the West. It's like in most of the things that we're doing, we are the West country. But I believe from here onwards, we are going to change because I don't think we need to see ourselves or our country as a West country. Thank you very much, Dr. Muleko. Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Lucas, and the Speaker. I'll propose that we have one way or the other get this report. It's like a lot of participants we're just sending messages to say, hey, this report, we want this, we want that. So I believe that when we end up with this meeting, you are going to organize that we get the report. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Muleko. We are proceeding with our program. We're now going to call upon the Commissioner DG Mutopi to give us a policy mapping of women's rights in South Africa. Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and I learned that The Speaker of the National Assembly is here as well, Methandi Mudise. Honorable members of Parliament and honorable members of legislatures, councillors, fellow colleagues, panelists, my Deputy Chairperson. Chair, I listened to you as you made your remarks after Commissioner Mokhale, and I agree with your latter statement when you say we must not look at ourselves and see ourselves as the West country. There is a lot that South Africa has done, and there is a lot of achievements, and there is a lot that we need to pat ourselves on the shoulders about. We need not be hard on ourselves. There would always be instances where there are challenges, and at least as a country, we are ensuring that we address the challenges as and when they present themselves. Chairperson, like the Deputy Chairperson has said, I would not take your time by going through our mandate as the Commission, and I won't even go through the background to the Women's Charter, except for saying that the Women's Charter, Chairperson, in keeping with ethos of the Women's Charter, the country, during the dawn of the democratic dispensation, the South African government ratified a number of international and regional instruments promoting gender equality. And I'm mentioning this because as the Commission for Gender Equality, one of the other things that we do is to monitor as well implementation of those instruments that the country has ratified. The instruments, these instruments are aimed at fast-tracking gender equality globally and also ensuring that gender inequality is addressed, because gender inequality is comprehensive and multidimensional. These ratified instruments have been domesticated in South Africa and are enshrined into laws, policies, programs, with the aim to protect and promote gender equality in the country, in compliance with the with the international standards. Our role as the CGE, therefore, as a human rights institution mandated by the Constitution to monitor the country's compliance in the implementation of international conventions and protocols geared towards promoting gender equality in the country. The CGE is executing its mandate and has effectively been monitoring, evaluating the work of different entities of the state and the private sector to ensure efficient implementation of the frameworks geared towards promoting gender equality. The CGE has also been monitoring the compliance of the country in implementing the international treaties, as I'd already mentioned earlier on. The initiatives, therefore, by the Commission have been to execute in executing its mandate through research, public education, information, and legal. The work of the Commission is to drive the gender agenda, to uproot the entrenched systematic barriers that had for a long time been hindering progress in terms of adequately including women in substantive decision-making processes as society advances in terms of social, economic, and political systems, ensuring equal opportunities in the workplace for men and women, and parity in terms of remuneration between men and women, and equal representation of men and women in key positions, and initiatives taken to address gender-based violence. And the Deputy Chairperson also alluded to the representation of women, in particular in political positions of decision-making, to also ensure that the needs of both men and women are taken into consideration when policies are developed and resources are allocated. Functions and milestones in ensuring effective inclusion in the political sphere. The CGE monitors the electoral processes each time there are general elections and local government elections in the country, to track the level of gender representation in comparison to the previous elections, to see the level of gender transformation in governance. Hence, the Deputy Chairperson had referred to the representation, in particular in Parliament, of both men and women, in relation to political parties being represented. Monitoring employment equity and public and the private sector. The CG has so far conducted monitoring examining of over 30 private companies across the country to assess progress in terms of employment equity in the workplace. And the following reports have been tabled before Parliament: the gender transformation in universities, transformation in the judiciary, systemic investigation into the mining sector, and employment equity reports for financial year 2013 to 2018. The gender barometer in 2009, the CGE developed an online gender equality assessment tool. The CGE gender barometer, which is used annually to assess a selected number of national and provincial government departments as well as local municipalities in terms of their programs with regard to gender mainstreaming. Widow rights and rights. A study was conducted in the plight of widows and especially the widespread harmful cultural, traditional, and religious practices of dispossessing widows in the wake of death of their spouses. The CGE also conducted a series of consultative workshops in local communities and traditional leaders in KwaZulu-Natal in relation to Ukuthwala, and also a series of studies was undertaken by the CGE into the implementation of the Victim Charter by 6 national government departments and entities that comprise the Justice Cluster on the implementation of the Victim Charter. The CGE conducted an in-depth investigation into the state of shelters in South Africa. And through these hearings, we found out that the services provided by shelters are not standard and even adequate across all 9 provinces, and that there is a need for improvement in terms of funding of the shelters by the Department of Social Development. The milestones and functions. The CGE has produced monitoring reports in relation to state implementation of its commitments in terms of the CEDAW, the Beijing Platform of Action, and the Millennium Development Goals, African Gender Development Index, Maputo Protocol, and Sustainable Development Goals to check compliance with international instruments. These reports have been tabled in Parliament and lodged with the relevant international structures such as the UN Women and the CEDAW Committee. The CGE produced reports on an annual basis regarding the effectiveness of family courts, sexual offense courts, and equal courts in line with court monitoring. The CGE has made various submissions in bills that have a bearing on gender equality. This includes the Traditional Courts Bill, which was never enacted as a result of the CGE submission. On public education and information function and communication of the Commission, this component includes interventions to raise awareness on gender equality matters, as well as publicize the activities and services provided by the CGE. The CGE developed a communication strategy utilized to popularize and carry gender equality messaging to ordinary South Africans. And we have been doing this through our legal and outreach programs, clinics, which we have in different communities throughout the country. The CGE has engaged the hearing, dialogue, and information sharing sessions with communities. And we've also, through these dialogues, raised and addressed issues of human trafficking, sex work, masculinity, gender-based violence, sexual harassment, and the rights of LGBTQIA+ people. The CGE has also engaged stakeholders on other discriminatory practices relating to maternity benefits for self-employed women. The CGE held a gender summit and saw stakeholders from government departments, institutions supporting democracy, civil society organizations, and community-based organizations across the country, reflect on the gains and challenges to attaining gender equality after 20 years of democracy in South Africa. And the Commission developed a number of promotional materials in the form of pamphlets and posters which have been translated into all 11 South African languages. And all of this work is being informed as well by the engagements that we are having from time to time with communities and also like-minded organizations. The thematic areas aligned to the Women's Charter, the CGE conducted public investigative hearings with focus on National Department on the procurement practices. The hearings sought to ascertain the awarding of contracts and to what extent government supports women-owned enterprises. On economic advancement, the Deputy Chairperson had already raised issues relating to economic advancement. Therefore, I would not engage on this matter. On custom, culture, and religion, that the Article 9 of the Women's Charter. Findings from studies conducted on traditional leadership revealed that lack of gender mainstreaming and women's empowerment programs remains a concern in South Africa. This has resulted in low levels of representation and participation of female traditional leaders compared to male traditional leaders. And we have also found out that those women traditional leaders who are there find it very difficult to navigate within the traditional systems because they are not respected and their views are not taken into consideration most of the time. The CGE concluded that houses of traditional leaders, both national and provincial, have been ineffective in terms of putting in place the necessary policy programs and plans of action to promote gender equality and transformation in traditional leadership structures. Customary practices such as ukuthwala, virginity testing, and others are still rife in some rural communities and in practice. And this is not taking into consideration gender equality and the rights of these girls who are being tested and these girls who are victims of ukuthwala. We know that sometimes people argue that it's their choice to be tested. But if you grow up in a community and a family where you are, this thing is instilled in your mind and you are told it's your way of life, you end up believing that it is correct. Just like the patriarchal system that we have in the country, there are a lot of issues that even women practice and even women believe they are correct, not because it's what they want, but because the society in which they've been nurtured has made them to believe that these are correct. The same applies to the same virginity testing that people argue otherwise. Still on custom, culture, and religion, the aforementioned practices that are dehumanizing in nature are still practiced despite them being regarded as unfair, discriminatory by PEPUDA. These dehumanizing practices have found themselves being practiced by local municipalities, as seen by the maiden bursaries that were issued by the Uthugela district municipality. All houses of traditional leaders who form part of the study had not prioritized or paid attention to the matters related to underage marriages or child marriages, despite widespread media reports about such incidents in some of these provinces. Progress on addressing hate crimes. The CGE is notable of the initiatives that government has put in place as state response. My apologies, Chair. As state response to mitigate and remedy the scourge of hate crimes and violations perpetrated against the LGBTQI+ communities. Such measures include the establishment of the National Task Team on Gender and Sexual Orientation-Based Violence, Gender Orientation-Based Violence against LGBTQI+ persons, which was established by the Department of Justice in 2011 to address homophobic rape. The entity developed a national initiative strategy for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex sector to address the so-called corrective rape and other forms of violence directed to the LGBTQIA+ communities. The development of the other NIS was underway during the compilation of this report, and as other one lapsed in 2017. On sexual reproductive health rights, the CGE has conducted an investigation and published a report into allegations of forced or coerced sterilization in South Africa. The CGE has also conducted an investigation into services and access to termination of pregnancy in government hospitals in South Africa. Learning from the investigations, the CGE wishes to see effective, meaningful implementation of the human rights-based approach to sexual and reproductive health, maternal health, and child health in all of our institutions. On rights pertaining to mining, failure to address gender inequality in the sector, whether in relation to ownership, management positions, or other core mining roles. The CG acknowledges and commends the South African government for the development and adoption of the new mining charter, which aims to transform the mining industry by promoting equity in the ownership and occupation of management positions in the mining sector. The new mining charter advocates for the promotion of equality in terms of the demographic makeup of South Africa, including gender and race, amongst others. The CGE further acknowledges the report by the Chamber of Mines, which shows that the number of women working in the industry has increased from 11,400 in 2002 to 57,800 in 2015. The CGE knows that inasmuch as the new mining charter aims to promote gender equality, among other elements, those that are guaranteed to benefit are the upper or middle class and professional women who have formal education, more than unskilled women who comprise the majority of the population within these communities where mining takes place. The CGE wishes to raise concerns over the fact that the identity of women and youth have been used interchangeably within the entire mining charter. That demonstrates a need for collection of disaggregated data reflecting the diverse demographic makeup of South African society, especially those participating in mining. Failure to collect disaggregated data will continue to marginalize women, as the mining industry may easily adapt to simply procure from youth-owned companies instead of women-owned companies, hence continuing to subjugate women. The interchangeability occurs throughout the mining charter, leaving specific targets for women and girls unqualifiable and unforeseeable. The CGE knows that there are currently no policies or guidelines within the mining industry that specifically and comprehensively addresses the gendered impact of mining. Social labor plans, which are meant to drive corporate social responsibility programs as mandated by the South African Constitution and the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, are not properly implemented. Women continue to be disproportionately negatively affected by mining, not only because of their proximity to the mines, but also because of the political, economic, and social impediments they are faced with as women. On elimination of discrimination against women, the South African women have been oppressed in many ways over the years. Their subjugation generally cuts across race, class, and other social categories. This has proven to be one of the elements that expose women to gender-based violence, which also affects women in their diversity in terms of all the demographic categories of South African society. Cultural practices as the element emanating from patriarchy generally expect women to defer to men on issues related to decision-making in both public and private spheres, hence making it difficult for women to assume leadership positions and penetrating the glass ceiling for those who have managed to reach a certain level of leadership. The legislative framework in place has in a way tried to address these prejudices and discriminations, even though the progress is slow, because we see women not progressing in as much as we would have expected women to progress, even with the legislations being in place to protect them. In conclusion, Chairperson, South Africa has been identified as a poster child in terms of progressive consultations and legislative framework for the protection of people's rights. Despite the visible gender inequality in all areas of life, there has been visible initiatives by government in promotion of gender equality. Achievement of 50-50 representation of women in parliament and legislatures as well as municipalities has proven to be a move in the right direction to achieving gender transformation in South Africa. However, a rider here still remains that it's not all political parties which are ensuring that there is 50-50 representation. And for the Commission, this remains a concern. There is an urgent need to review legislation, to review and legislate the National Gender Policy Framework, as it is critical framework to enforce gender mainstreaming in the country. Chairperson, as the Commission, we have made submissions on the following bills: the Prescription in Civil and Criminal Matters Sexual Offences Amendment Bill, the Cyber Crimes and Cyber Security Bill, Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill, and the Domestic Violence Draft Amendment Bill of 2020, and a lot of other bills. And we, through our submissions, which we are seeking to address issues that relate to ensuring broader access to justice by, in particular, victims and survivors of gender-based violence. We are also taking into consideration the fact that through these submissions, Honorable Chairperson, I would want to single out a few of issues that the CGE has addressed. We have addressed on the prescription of the prescription for South African law. We are saying that insofar as it applies, the deaths arising from sexual offenses should be removed in its entirety. We have also made submissions that dealing with the definitions, in particular on domestic violence, that the traditional courts, it should be clarified as to whether the traditional courts are empowered to receive or consider applications for domestic violence protections. And we are also, Honorable Chairperson, on the same submissions that we are making on the Criminal Law Amendment Act bill. As the Commission, we are concerned that the legislative efforts to expand the register for sex offenders will be undermined by the register system that has never been completed or managed in a satisfactory way. It is because of this that we are saying the system that is in place should be used, because we are cognizant of the climate in which we exist and the slow economic growth, which would add if we were to expand this register. So we are saying that The same, the South African Police Clearance Certificate System, commonly known as SAP 69 certificates, be used in this instance as well, such that we do not have to expand the register, because even the Department of Justice itself has made an admission that the register has been slow and the register had not worked in as much as it would have been expected to. Chairperson, we, as the Commission, are raising all of this, and these are not only the exclusive issues that we are raising on the bills, on submissions of bills that we've made to relevant departments within Parliament. I do have the copies. I'll attach them to my presentation as I submit it, in which we outline exactly the submissions that we are making. We would also want to recommend that these submissions, as they are made, as having been made by the Commission to different portfolio committees within Parliament, be considered. These submissions are intended at addressing secondary victimization that women experiences at different stages of the criminal justice system, and also ensuring that there is access to justice by survivors in broader terms. And therefore, we would want to be also part of the processes in ensuring that wherever the CGE would be needed to give assistance and or give comments on issues relating to these bills that we have submitted with relevant portfolio committees within Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Can you please switch your video, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Yeah, today we are educated. We now know about the mandate that we have EGC, and I just believe that the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, they will take cognizance of all the bills that you mentioned that you have submitted to them. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm now handing over to the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable S.E. Lucas, to take over and proceed with the session 2. Thank you very much. Over to you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, Honorable Bilamkulo. Honorable members, delegates, since the system, and part of our Women's Charter review, the law reform, we also thought it was important. We did have, not so long ago, someone that spoke about the issue of the gender pay gap. And today we thought, let us just look a little bit into how far we have progressed with regards to the Women's Charter, particularly with regards to the legislative framework that respond to the issues around the Women's Charter. And with that said, we will continue. And I just want to inform the members that we will have a slight change in our program, because we will also, after Professor Domingo has spoken, we will allow the Deputy Minister of Justice to say a little bit around the legislation. And then we will continue with the Finance and Fiscal Commission. And then we will have the Deputy Speaker just doing a commentary on the issues that have already been, we have already been engaged with. So with that said, we will now give over to Professor Domingo of the South African Law Reform Commissioner to speak a little bit on the gendered analysis and the synthesis of the key policies and legislation in South Africa. Professor Domingo, you are welcome, and you can take the platform.
Thank you, Chairperson, Program Director, Honourable Members of Parliament, Honourable Members of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Ministers, fellow commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, good morning. I want to say all protocol observed right now. As I was introduced, I'm Professor Wissel Domingo. I am the commissioner, one of the commissioners of the South African Law Reform Commission. I head up 3 projects at the Commission, which is the Family Dispute Resolution Bill, which deals with contact and care, and also looks at whether we want to introduce compulsory mediation in South Africa as a point of access to justice when we are dealing with family disputes. I also head up the relocation of families with specific reference to minors. That is when families move outside of South Africa or within South Africa, where you have a parent who has the custodial or primary caregiver. And then one of the big projects that I'm working on is the Single Marriage Act. And I want us all to keep that a little bit in the back of our minds, because that would have a huge impact in the way in which marriage is regulated in South Africa. So the South African Law Reform Commission is located in the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, and it's the branch of legislative development. Now, the Commission has made an important contribution. I want to start off with the development of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa through its reports on group and human rights, which was a 1991 project, and the Constitutional Models Project, Project 77 of 1994. And I want to start off when the state president, in his opening address to Parliament on the 2nd of February 1990, announced that the government had in principle accepted the Commission proposal to set out a working paper 25 of Project 58, that a new constitution be drawn up for the country, which would include the protection of individual rights in the form of the Bill of Rights. So I want us to go back to that constitution and the Bill of Rights in the context of the work the Commission does. He stated that the realization of such a constitution would involve a consensual solution preceded by discussions, consultations, and negotiations. Participating parties would want to have the benefit of a preparatory document that could serve as a background study and point of departure for discussions. And so with that as the background, projects identified by the Commission have sought to contribute to women, including the girl child's empowerment and gender equality. Because when we speak about women, we should also include the girl child, as women and the girl child are more often directly affected by or involved in certain matters such as maintenance, prostitution, ukutwala, which was mentioned before, and other issues pertaining marriage and other matters. So just to give you a background on how the South African Law Reform Commission works, it should be borne in mind that this consultative approach used by the Commission gives government, important stakeholders, broader society, the opportunity to engage at the issue paper level. So when we review legislation or when we are asked to develop legislation, we do an investigation, we then release an issue paper, thereafter a discussion paper, and those are the phases of the investigations by which we get oral input from communities and stakeholders at workshops or expert meetings and by way of written submission. This consolidated research then culminates in a report, and then the draft legislation includes the input from all these engagements. Once approved by the Commission, the report is submitted to the minister overseeing the area of law addressed in the report. However, in certain instances, our reports have included non-legislative recommendations. There have been certain times where we felt we needed to go a little bit beyond the mandate of just looking particularly at legislation. And I want to point out one particular report where we included non-legislative recommendations. And that was on the report on sexual offenses of 2002, which includes non-legislative recommendations to encourage action by the appropriate government structures and to galvanize communities to participate in the fight against this form of violence. In the aforementioned example, this included the need for a national strategy, so the multidisciplinary intervention of sexual offenses. So it's not only looking at legislation, it's protocol, it's policy, it's memorandum, it's codes of good practice. The Commission proposed that a comprehensive an all-inclusive national framework of a multidisciplinary nature be developed, providing for joint intervention in the management of sexual offences, with national government taking overall responsibility for the implementation thereof. So this particular recommendation was included in the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act 32 of 2007. The report made non-specific legislative recommendations for the Department of Safety and Security, the Department of Health, Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Department of Correctional Services as well, the Department of Education and for social welfare agencies, NGO involvement, support counseling, and advocacy services. Now, the reason for this dual approach is that one of the problems encountered by the Commission has been that in numerous instances, the complaints that we get does not arise from inadequate law, but rather a failure to apply existing law. So in the executive summary of the aforementioned report, the Commission noted that there's no point in proposing more law that may suffer the same fate. So consequently, the Commission has adopted the position that for new legislation to be effective in dealing with extremely serious and high incidences of sexual offences in South Africa, extensive training of affected officials and personnel of the non-governmental agencies involved is imperative. So it's important that when I start speaking, and what the Commission does is they do work around looking at legislation, but we need to take a dual approach and not look at law as the panacea, as the line in the cloud that's going to save, the silver lining in the cloud that's going to save everything and solve our problems. We need to work holistically. Law is just one aspect, and it allows you the tool for implementation. So I'm going to look at some of the projects that have culminated in the adoption, where we've adopted certain legislation, and current projects we are working on. And there's many projects that the Law Reform Commission is working on, but I want to highlight the ones that affect women, particularly in regard to economic transformation, women's empowerment, social justice, and gender equality. So I want to start off with the big ones that have initially made a difference, but there are still shortcomings. One of the projects that we had in 1994 was the Jewish Divorces Project, which culminated in the Divorce Amendment Act 95 of 1996. So in South African law, a marriage subsists until it's dissolved by death or divorce. So divorce is the dissolution of the marriage by an order of court. However, some religious denominations, namely the Roman Catholics, the Muslims, Judaism, they have their own tribunals or procedures by which the annulment or dissolution of the marriage may be recognized. So we have women in society that do not get married in terms of South African law. When they marry, they get married in terms of their religious law. And these religious annulments or divorces have not recognized in South Africa, and they're still not recognized in South Africa. And so members of the Jewish faith came to the Commission and said, please, can you look at this, investigate this? And what happened was that it resulted in 1994, the South African Law Reform Commission finalized its investigation. It recommended that the Divorce Act be amended and that the court be empowered to refuse the granting of a decree of divorce or to make any order it finds just where one of the spouses refuses to cooperate in releasing the other spouse from any marriage bonds existing in terms of the religion. So in fact, what it says is, if you go to court, you can implement Section 5A. If you've got the civil marriage and you've got the religious marriage, the court won't then grant the civil divorce unless the husband has issued the religious divorce, or the court may make another order. Now, despite this amendment to the Divorce Act, women in religious marriages are still left vulnerable, as their marriages are not recognized in terms of South African law. Women still find themselves in what I want to call a limping marriage. So what happens is they go into court, they get the civil divorce, they walk out of the court, and the man says, you are still married, because you are still married in the eyes of your religion. For that woman, that's a huge thing because she may not remarry. If she does remarry, those children are regarded as children born out of wedlock. The problem with this Section 5A is that many people don't know about it, so there's non-implementation of Section 5A. This section has also been used by men to blackmail women into renegotiating the terms of the settlement of the divorce. So there has been advantages and disadvantages to the Amendment Act. The other big act that we also dealt with is the Maintenance Act, and I will speak to that later as well, which was introduced in 1998, the Employment Equity Act. But one of the acts that I think is huge is the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act. The Commission did a report on that, and the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act came into operation on the 15th of November 2000. So very briefly, the Act accords a wife equal status to her husband. As a result, she has full status and the ability to acquire assets and to dispose of them. She has the capacity to enter contracts and may be sued in terms of those contracts too. The marriage is automatically in community of property. And I want to say in community of property, which improves women's access to the financial resources of the marriage. This is a remedy to the obvious injustice of denying married women any right to property or even their income. So this new property regime implies a drastic change in the matrimonial property in terms of customary law. Prior to this, a customary marriage was neither in community of property or out. It was a separate house which was established, which was the separate property. Now, we may say, well, this is good and well. Women in customary marriages are now married in terms of marriages in community of property. But one of the things that was silent in this act was whether this was retrospective operation of the act. So in other words, women who were in marriages who were not recognized in terms of customary marriages act, did they have the same rights as women who had her marriage recognized? So we've had the recent case of Rumovo that led to the amendment of the act, which now allows a spouse to a customary marriage and polygynous marriage entered into before the recognition of the Customary Marriages Act to have equal rights, equal ownership, and other rights over matrimonial property. And this is a huge development in customary law, and the act was silent on that. And there's been a change to that through the courts. And I want to say through the courts because accessing the courts is not an easy thing for women as well. So while we may have legislation, to go to court every time to access it, especially the Constitutional Court, is not an easy thing. The other thing that the Marriage and the Recognition of Marriage Act allowed for is that if a husband wishes to enter into a further marriage, the Act makes provision for the protection of the first marriage by requesting the husband to apply to court to approve a written contract which would regulate the future matrimonial property systems. Now, we have to think about this section very carefully. All it says is, if the husband wants to enter into another marriage, you go to court to regulate the matrimonial property. It is silent on whether he needs the consent of the first wife or the second wife. And this is very important. And so we've had the constitutional case on this, which is the Mayelana case. But the question around that case is that it applied to a woman who practiced the Songa custom. And so in principle there, the court is saying, well, the permission of the first wife is required. But if you look at the case closely, is the court saying it's applying only to women in the Songa custom? If my custom is slightly different, the law is then silent on that. And so there are gaps in the recognition of customary marriages. So the customary marriage can also be dissolved by a decree of divorce granted by a competent court. Now, although the Commission is not an implementing body, it does wish to highlight the following challenges with regards to the implementation of the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act. Women are still unaware of the consequences of registering a marriage according to the civil law or customary law. And this is huge. So a woman gets married in terms of customary law, the marriage is not recognized, a husband dies, and she goes to the master of the court because he doesn't have a will. When she gets there, she finds out that in fact, she's not a wife because her marriage has not been recognized. But lo and behold, he's married someone else where the marriage is registered. And so what happens to this woman? And the law is silent on that. And there has been case law, though, I do want to point out, but the legislation hasn't dealt with that. Women are also unable to differentiate between the marital property regimes. They do not know that a customary marriage is in community of property. Women just tend to sign divorce papers without knowing the consequences thereof. There's a misunderstanding among spouses, and I want to say some officials of the Department of Home Affairs relating to the differences between a customary marriage and a civil marriage, and the registration and the regulation thereof. So although provided in the Act, people continue to informally dissolve their marriages without the use of the courts, even though the marriage is recognized in terms of the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act. So there's a lot of education that needs to be done around the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act. The next Marriage Act that I want to go on to that was hailed really a victory in South Africa and around the world was the Civil Union Act 17 of 2006. Now, the Civil Union Act accords legal protection to the established relationships of same-sex couples in an institution which is equal to marriage in all respects, but called a civil union. And so it allows same-sex and opposite-sex couples to register and regulate their marriage in terms of the Civil Union Act. However, this act has still been seen as what I want to call almost apartheid legislation. There's a hierarchy of marriages. We still have the Marriage Act, and then we have the Civil Union Act, and we've made special provision for same-sex couples. One of the things that happened with the Civil Union Act was that when it came to the commission, part of what was in the Civil Union Act was the Domestic Partnerships Bill. When the case went to court to recognize civil union marriages, life partnerships and domestic partnerships fell off, fell to the wayside. Up until now, we worked on a bill which is called the Domestic Partnerships Bill. The commission has the bill, but it's not been formulated, it's been shelved, nothing has been done around the actual bill itself. However, I do want to say that I am working on, and I am the project leader on the Single Marriage Statute. And part of the discussions in the Single Marriage Statute is including life partnerships there. So when we're looking at a Single Marriage Statute, it may include that Domestic Partnerships Bill or life partnerships. And so that is in discussion, but the law has been silent on that as well. In addition to the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act, we also had the reform of the Customary Law and Succession Act. And this really dealt with trying to bring legislation in alignment to abolish the customary rule of primogeniture. And what that is that the eldest male son in the family inherits and women are not allowed to inherit. So the rights of women to inherit property under customary law are now governed by the Act as well as the Intestate Succession Act. And so the issues really here has also been around the implementation of the Act. The request for marriage certificates by the officials at the Master's Office makes the process vulnerable. Registration is not a requirement for a valid customary marriage, which means when women go and they say, I want to claim the inheritance in terms of the Intestate Succession Act, they need to provide a registration of the marriage. And this makes them vulnerable in this process if they don't have that. This particular act in rural areas is not a tool to protect women and female children from discrimination. What has happened is that women are still subjected to the archaic rule of primogeniture. It's still in existence. Most women don't know of the existence of the reform of the Customary Law of Succession Act and regulations. So now I want to turn, so those were some of the projects and the acts that have been implemented. I now want to look at some of the current investigations on the program of the Commission, which deals specifically with women. We have a review on the law of maintenance. This project deals with the review of the Maintenance Act of 1998 to address the challenges which arise from the implementation. And this is at the discussion phase. So while we have a Maintenance Act, women go into court, they get a court order, but what we don't have is the enforcement of that maintenance, because the Maintenance Act is silent on that. And so that act is in discussion right now. We also have another one that's in discussion and being reviewed, is the review of aspects of the matrimonial property law. So the Matrimonial Property Act was passed in order to deal with the shortcomings in matrimonial property law at the time. The act came into operation in November 1984. So it's been more than 30 years ago. So apart from certain ad hoc issues, a number of social and legal changes have happened since 1984. We are now in a democracy. So the judicial interpretation of the act, the adoption of the 1996 Constitution, the recognition of customary marriages, the recognition of civil unions, all suggest that a reconsideration of the Matrimonial Property Act is necessary, and it's an urgent thing that needs to be done. So the underlying aim of this investigation is to review the current law with regard to the matrimonial property for greater legislative fairness and justice governing interpersonal relations between spouses. The next big one that is on our agenda, I want to say the big next review of legislation, and something that we're looking at, is the Single Marriage Act. We're also looking at including measures against sham marriages. The Department of Home Affairs is also busy with the single marriage policy. So the Commission and the Department of Home Affairs working hand in hand. The object of this investigation is to investigate the possibility of enacting a single marriage statute in South Africa that will enable South Africans of different religious and cultural persuasions to conclude legal marriages that will accord with the doctrine of equality as encapsulated in the Constitution, and also to consider measures against sham marriages. And when we're speaking about sham marriages here, it is marriages where a woman finds out that her ID document was cloned in some way and she's married to someone that she doesn't even know. She goes to the Department of Home Affairs and she says to them, can you then make sure that I'm not married to the person? The Department of Home Affairs then says to her, you have to get a divorce. She has to divorce a man she has never, ever met, because this is a cloned ID document. She has children that's on the system that's not even her own. So we're silent on the law in regards to this, and these are increasing, and it needs to be addressed as soon as possible. So when I speak about the Single Marriage Act, I also want to say that what we are looking at and what is under discussion is whether we should have an Omnibus Act, whether we have the Marriage Act, the Civil Unions Act, religious marriages, life partnerships under one bill. And this will be a fundamental change in the way in which we implement marriage law in South Africa. And so this is a huge project which is being undertaken by the Commission. I also want to look at projects which deal particularly around transformation and social justice for women and children. And so some of the completed projects that we have today, which also need to go under review, and there have been certain amendments around this, has been the Domestic Violence Act. The Act initially provides for the affordable and, in some circumstances, state-funded civil remedies for victims of domestic violence. We do know that there has been huge problems with the implementation of this act. I also want to point out to everyone that as part of our investigation on the domestication of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, there is a section on gender-based violence against persons with disabilities. And I think that that's important. We often leave out persons with disabilities, particularly women, in the context of our discussions. We've also had the Alteration of Sex Discrimination and Status Act, and then the huge one that has come through has been the Children's Act and the Children's Amendment Act. There has been the Protection from Harassment Act of 2011, and then prevention and the combating of trafficking in persons. Now, I want to say I can go into detail and we can discuss all of these acts for a full day in terms of reviewing. And so I list them as things that we need to keep in mind when we are looking at the Women's Charter as well. So some of the progress on other investigations is as follows, that deals with social justice and social transformation and gender equality for women. We have Project 100, which deals with family law and the law of persons. There is a project which deals with contact and care with minor children, but is particularly looking at the development and the implementation of a family law specific mediated process. So in other words, the object of the investigation is to develop an integrated approach to the implementation of family law in South Africa, with specific reference to disputes relating to care and contact, as well as the family as a whole. Because one of the things that we are, when we're looking at families, we often think of families in a very secular and not a customary way. We are in South Africa, and our family law needs to speak to the experiences of women in South Africa. It is not only mom, dad, and the children. We have mom, dad, the children, and the extended family. And often this is missing when you're going into a court system. So the investigation focuses on the broader issues of process, including the role of alternative dispute resolution in family disputes, the interest of all children. At the moment, we have an issue paper, and a discussion paper is in draft, which will be circulated soon. The Commission is also looking at and reviewing and looking at the relocation of families with reference to minor children. This investigation deals with issues relating to the relocation of one parent with a minor child after a separation or divorce. So the intended result is to provide a legal framework that will guide parents or guardian in a situation where one parent or guardian who is the primary caregiver has to relocate either to another part of South Africa or outside of the country. One of the big projects that is completed, and I want to say is completed, is our Project 138 on the practice of ukutwala. This was raised by Commissioner Motupu earlier on when she spoke. The Commission has a report which is, and this report deals with the gender-related practice of ukutwala, how it affects women and girl children. The investigation was finalized by the Commission. The report was submitted to the Minister for his consideration, and the report has a draft bill titled Prohibition of Forced Marriage. We are now waiting for a suitable date to brief the Minister on the consultation process followed and the content of the report. So I want to put that on the agenda of the Minister as well, because we do have the draft legislation which is there. Another big project which I think is very important in regard to women's rights as well is the right to knowledge of one's own biological origins. The object of this project is an investigation to ascertain whether a child should have a legal right to know his or her biological origins. This is when we are dealing with assisted reproductive technology, surrogacy, adoption. It deals with disputed paternities and also what is now becoming medical tourism. So although this investigation focuses on the right of a child, naturally many aspects of this investigation impacts on women. And during this investigation, the research involved particularly focused on Articles 3, 4, 6, 8, and 11 of the Women's Charter. Furtherance of the project and the investigation, and in their deliberations, the following were identified. The Act and the review or this deliberation will promote women's welfare and women's right to accessing reproductive healthcare services for themselves, participation in medically assisted reproduction, accessing medical treatment in order to give birth safely, family life, choice of lifestyle, education and career development, economic and social realities facing women. So this investigation is still taking place. However, this investigation is really urgent because law in South Africa is lagging behind as medical advancements proceed at a rapid pace. So medically assisted reproduction is really, in terms where we're moving in terms of the fourth industrial revolution, it's taking place very fast. So the problems that we have right now is that a married couple may undergo fertility treatment using the wife's egg and the husband's sperm, which results in the embryo. But subsequently to that, the married couple may decide to divorce. The big question now is, who has ownership over the embryos? And that's a big legal question, and our law is silent on that. Many of the medical aids also do not cover fertility treatments, which are very expensive, not only because of medical procedures, but also the cost of the fertility medication. So public hospitals do provide assisted reproductive technologies. However, there are age restrictions, and patients are still required to pay sizable payment and contributions to the treatment. So when we are looking at surrogacy, reproductive technologies, we need to take that in the context of the realities that women are facing right now. And so, in conclusion, the Commission is busy with many investigations that impact on the rights of the woman and the girl child. I want to say the law, when we're looking at the law as an instrument of gender equity and gender justice, this means a process of developing and sustaining accountable mechanisms for inequalities. It means investing in institutions to dispense justice, and in a gender-sensitive manner. It implies access to and control over resources combined with the ability of women to make free and voluntary choices, which includes access to justice. And here I want to say we need to think creatively about the use of technology. COVID-19 has taught us something. We are now doing this via a Zoom. Technology is important as a point for access to women to access justice as well. And gender equality or equity depends on a complex web of gender norms, which prevails, and it's played out in different settings on an individual level, on a relationship level, on a community level, and on a societal level. And so the law is but one of the tools that can be used to guide the realization of gender justice and gender equality. What we need now is to see gender justice in action. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. You know, all the issues that women have been raising throughout our consultation process is the issues that you have been addressing. But I think in the closing remarks, we will, for the sake of those that are interested in getting more information, we will make sure that we not only distribute your contact details, but also request that our MPs and MPLs can assist in making sure that our people get access to this kind of information. I really want to appreciate your input, but you will still be here. So in the interactive session, you will be able to give more, shed more light on issues that we involved in. Thank you very much. We will now give the Deputy Minister, Jeffries. I think the Commission is under your jurisdiction, but also I think we will give to you now because also you have requested to be excused later. Honorable Deputy Minister, over to you now.
Thanks, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, and good morning, everybody. I've been asked to speak at the last minute, so I haven't prepared anything specific. I'm also not sure how long I've got to talk for, but I'll try and be brief. Also, I only received the invitation to the meeting yesterday, so I have to unfortunately leave for another commitment around 1:30. But I'll try and stay as long as possible for the discussion. I thought the points I should just deal with is that you've heard from Professor Domingo about the Law Reform Commission. I would say they would deal with the longer term issues of legal reform. And then the department, well, anything that they do would have to go to the department or the relevant department. It would, she's spoken about marriage laws, which would be under the ambit of the Department of Home Affairs or the Ministry of Home Affairs. But other laws would be, particularly more urgent laws, would be passed by the Department of Justice or developed, introduced into Parliament by the Minister of Justice directly. So, for example, the three laws on gender-based violence didn't go through the Law Reform Commission. That was because of the urgency of the matter. Sometimes we are not in agreement with the Law Reform Commission report as the executive. And I think specifically on that, and to be fair to Professor Domingo, it was the term of the previous commission. The one specifically, because it may come up here, is the report on what the commission called adult prostitution, and recommending continued criminalization of people who sell sex. And that one we are going to have to be dealing with ourselves as the department, and we will be engaging in a public consultation process. It's been a bit derailed by COVID, and then that the main attention is going on the GBV bills. On the GBV bills, let me just also support fully the comment that Professor Domingo made, that the problem is often not only the laws, it's also the implementation of those laws. So we wanted to keep the courts open during even the harshest period of lockdown for people to come and apply for protection orders, either from protection from harassment or from domestic violence. But the reality sometimes came out to be different. So you had cases or allegations of people going to a court and being denied access. One of those matters where a victim came to court seeking for a protection order, left the court with the papers, the form, but not having applied for the order, and then subsequently was allegedly murdered by the person she was seeking the order against. That matter we've referred to the public protector to investigate, and we're still waiting for that outcome. The GBV bills have been, as you know, put out for public comment. The hearings were last week. They're with the Portfolio Committee of Justice in the National Assembly. There will be responses from the department to the submissions. But the Portfolio Committee, though, is trying to finalize those bills before the end of the year. Thereafter, they would go to the National Council of Provinces. And the NCOP, even though their National Competency Bill, Section 75, could also conduct public hearings or public participation on the matters in the provinces. Just to say also with the bills that we decided to make them as wide as possible. So some of the issues we put in, we know were and are controversial. Should there be mandatory reporting? Should the sex offenders register be publicly available? Things like that. But the idea was to provoke debate and discussion, and I think that has been useful. And I think the comments, I think it was from Ms. Mutupi around, do we even need a separate national register of sex offenders as opposed to the police's criminal record center list, is something that seriously needs to be looked at, particularly when it comes to implementation, or the problems of implementation. We'd also sometimes amendments, so the amendments on the to customary marriages which Professor Domingo spoke about the issue when the Customary Marriages Act was passed. The in-community of property provision was not made retrospective, and there was a constitutional court judgment that it must be, and that then resulted in the Customary Marriages Amendment Bill, which is currently with the NCOP. That a customary marriage is in respectively, and if the customary marriage that's made before the date that the Act came into effect is also deemed to be in community of property. So, Chair, maybe just two other comments that I wanted to make. There's a review for this meeting that Parliament conducted on a review of the Women's Charter. And they go through the provisions article by article. On the issue of equality, just to highlight again that we have equality courts which exist at a district right up to a high court level. And if there are allegations or concerns that the right to equality has been violated, in particular when it comes to gender, those courts should be made use of. The second article is on law and the administration of justice. And just two comments to make. There's provision around the transformation of the judiciary, and that some progress has been made with the magistracy, where 47% of the judicial officers are women. Just to highlight that as far as the leadership of the magistracy, we have 9 regional court presidents, 1 for each province. 5 of them are men, 4 of them are women, but one of the men has been suspended, and the person acting is a woman. So de facto, it's 5 women, 4 men. When it comes to regional court presidents, and in the smaller provinces, there's 1 per province. In bigger provinces, there's up to 3 or even more in Gauteng. We have 9 women chief magistrates. They're the heads of the district courts, 9 women and 6 men. There is a problem, and it's what causes the problem of the lack of women in the judiciary, the upper judiciary, as judges, and that is because the position of women in the profession. We are endeavoring, we have set a target as far as state briefs. There was previously a target of around 80% of the briefs needing to go to previously disadvantaged individuals, which obviously would include women. We've now put in a specific target, started quite low, I think it was 29%, for the value of briefs to go specifically to women. And the reason we chose value of briefs rather than number is that a brief can be of different value, different importance. So you can be asked for an opinion, that's quite small, or you can actually be asked to run a whole case, and that's very big. And we thought that value was more important to look at. So, Deputy Chairperson, those are the comments. I'm not entirely sure what I was expected to cover, but those are the comments that I'd like to make at this stage. I hopefully will still be around to respond to some of the points raised in the discussion. Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. We are satisfied for the fact that you have, at least on the short notice that you got, you have actually dealt with some of the issues in the Women's Charter. But I also think later there will definitely be some of the issues that will come up with regards to gender-based violence, and also the issue of how the court is dealing with that. I hope you will still be here. We have actually saved a lot of time in our program, so it might be that you will still be available. Thank you very much for your input and also for your willingness to, at a very short notice, be part and parcel of the program. Before I continue in going to the Finance and Fiscal Commission, I also want to acknowledge our Chief Whip of the ruling party, as well as in the National Assembly, Honorable Pemi Majutina, that have joined us. We appreciate, Chief, we appreciate your presence. We will continue, and we will now give to the Finance and Fiscal Commission for a presentation by Nomonde Madubula. But before that, we will give to Commissioner Rockman to make an input on behalf of the FFC. Over to you, Commissioner Rockman. I'm not sure, is it LCD Rockman? We will see when we open the video. Over to you. It's now the turn of the FFC.
Good morning, Chair. And good morning.
Welcome, LCD, and congratulations with your appointment as a commissioner.
Thank you. I joined the FFC as commissioner around June this year, I think. Let me just make brief introductory remarks around the role of the FFC. You are aware of the mandate of the Commission is to make recommendations envisaged in Chapter 13 of the Constitution or national legislation to Parliament and the provincial legislatures, but also to any other organ of state determined by national legislation. Our focus is primarily on equitable division of nationally collected revenue among the three spheres of government and any other financial and fiscal matters. Specific focus areas also include the legislative provisions or executive decisions that affect either provincial or local government from a financial or fiscal perspective. It includes regulations associated with legislation that may amend or extend such legislation. And there are certain circumstances within which the Commission must be consulted in terms of the FFC Act. Now, part of the ongoing work and concerns of the FFC relates exactly to the fact that there seems to be a lack of the proper costing of legislation and regulations. And this impacts significantly when it comes to implementation. And I think throughout all the presentations, so many instances have been made of challenges relating to implementation, and much of that will draw down to the fact that there was never proper costing and making sure that appropriate resources, financial and otherwise, are assigned to address those issues. Now, the FFC has been doing some research on gender-based budgeting in the past, and it is an ongoing focus areas for our next annual submission on the division of revenue. So our presentation basically focuses on legislation and gender in the scope of the FFC. It reflects a bit on the municipal financial space, the powers and functions in the MFMA, the Appropriation Act, as well as the Public Finance Management Act, as well as research that we've been conducting on gender-based budgeting, and a bit of recommendations. So let me hand over to Nomonde. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Rockman. Nomonde.
Kevin, can you please start sharing the Monday slide presentation?
Is there a challenge with Mondays connectivity?
I'm just checking with her quickly at Deputy Chair.
Hello? Hello, Kevin. Can you move the slides? The commissioner has talked about this one and this one, the introduction. Yes, can you leave it here? Thank you.
No, the previous one. Thank you, Kevin. Sorry, I was talking, but I think I was on mute. I forgot to unmute. My apologies for that. As Commissioner Rockman has indicated earlier, I will just touch on the legislation and the agenda and our food for thought in terms of what the Commission thinks should be the legislation that perhaps can be reviewed in making sure that we progress towards gender equality issues. My first point of departure as FFC, we are saying that here the legislative system should be the starting point for achieving gender equality. Law should not be gender neutral. Men, women, disabled people, all of us, we have different advantages and disadvantages in terms of accessing law. Sometimes law can either be direct or indirectly discriminate against women, children, men, or the disabled. And we are of the view as FFC that legislation enables the setting of enforceable minimum standards. As such, in legislation, we need to identify implicit and explicit gender issues and assess whether the law or even policy in that matter perpetuates or affects or changes existing inequalities between the different genders and patterns of gender relations. Some of the examples that FFC is of the view that needs food for thought or for scrutiny are the examples as listed below in terms of I'll be looking at where the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions of 2007, the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003, the Appropriation Act and the Division of Revenue Act, as well as the Public Finance Management Act. Next slide, thank you. In terms of these acts, that the FFC is of the view that these acts, they perhaps will need to be reviewed so that we know that we are progressing in terms of gender inequality issues. In terms of the first act, the FFC, that is the Municipal Fiscal Powers, the FFC, as we know that this act regulates the powers of municipality to impose surcharges on fees for services, and it provides for the authorization of taxes, levies, and duties that municipalities may impose. Sections 5 of the Act, FFC is of the view that it can be gender mainstreamed so that we can assess the impact of the legislation on women, men, and the disabled people. Currently, Section 5.1 of the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Function states that a municipality group of municipalities or organized local government must submit an application to the minister, which the application must specify, like in terms of clause 4, the compliance burden on taxpayers. The FFC is of the view that this clause can be extended to say it should specify the compliance burden on taxpayers by gender and disability. The FFC in this instance is of the view that if all the taxes that municipalities are envisaging to introduce, they should be looked at gender lens so that we know who is carrying the burden, so that if the burden of the tax is going to be on women and children, we know that that tax is going to be regressive. So the FFC is of the view that if these can be taken into account, it will address many things going forward in terms of the tax implication that it have on women. Also, Section 5.1, as I've indicated, it also said a municipality group of municipality or organized local government must submit an application to the minister, which application, and then at G, it says it should give particulars of and describe the estimation methods and assumption used to determine, number 2, the economic impact of the proposed tax or fees or levy on individuals and businesses. The FFC is of the view that this can also be changed or amended to read that the economic impact on individuals by gender and business, so that going forward, we know that gender issues are included in the taxes that either municipality or any sphere of government needs to introduce, and shouldn't be a burden to women and children specifically. Next slide, Kevin. In terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act, the FFC, this act says that this act's objective is to secure sound and sustainable management of the financial affairs of municipalities and to establish treasury norms and standards for local government. Section 38 of this act, it says, this act is about stopping of funds. In section 38, it's point 1, it says, the National Treasury may stop, A, the transfer of funds due to municipalities as its share of the local government equitable share referred to if the municipality commits a serious or persistent breach of the measures established in terms of section 216 of the Constitution. The FFC is of the view that if National Treasury stops the local equitable share for a municipality, let's take for instance for water, women, disabled children may be affected differently compared to men, as women have to look for water elsewhere and violence perhaps can happen. And FFC have the view that these acts, instead of stopping the funds, like in this instance for LES, the act should be perhaps saying that any program that is related towards a positive effect or contributing towards a women agenda should not be stopped by this act. We know that in the past this has happened, and what happens in most instances, the people that are innocent are affected when these LECs, when the LES are stopped because proper procedures were not followed by those who had to make decisions. And at the end, women are the one who has to bear the brunt of these stoppages of funds. Next slide. Thank you. Another slide that FFC is of the view that it perhaps needs to be looked at is the Appropriations Act. We know that this act appropriate money for the National Revenue Fund for the requirements of the state for the financial year. Let's say now we are in 2020-21, so we'll say for the financial 2020-21. And mainly this act is to prescribe conditions for the spending of funds. It describes how resources are allocated and funds will be spent by the different spheres of government. We also have the Division of Revenue Act. We know that it describes how the national acquired revenue are shared between the three spheres of government. The FFC has also looked at Sweden in terms of its legislation when it comes to gender issues. In Sweden, it is legislated that when the minister tables the budget as governed by these acts, which is the Appropriation Act and the Division of Act, he or she has to submit an annexure to these acts, indicating the gender implications of the allocation, that is, how spending will affect women, children, and disabled people. Each year, a theme is chosen to accompany the budget documents. Perhaps if in the current, let's say in the current budget, we'll say that it could be women empowerment and how the budget will speak to women empowerment. So that's how in Sweden they are doing it. So we are of the view here at FFC that if these acts can be looked at, perhaps also in our annexures, depending on the theme for that particular year, we can have programs that speak on women so that they can be attached as annexures, so that all those who are in power have to make decisions in terms of funds can see that these are the things that they need to take into account when they are making budget. While we are saying this, we are of the view that then Parliament will be able to monitor progress on how the budget will empower women once this is done. The next slide. Thank you. Here is also the other act is the Public Finance Management Act and other acts. We are of the view that the current Public Finance Management Act of 1999, while we know that it regulates financial management in the national government and provincial government, it says in clause 27.4, when the annual budget is introduced in the National Assembly or in the provincial legislature, the accounting officer for each department must submit to Parliament or to provincial legislature as may be appropriate measurable objectives for each main division within the department's vote. The FFC is of the view that perhaps this section may be extended to say that there should be a mandatory gender equity certificate for annual budget, which we are of the view that they will integrate gender equality issues per department. It is done in Uganda, where the Public Finance Management Act has a mandatory gender and equity certificate for national and district levels in their annual budget. What does these certificates do? The certificates, they assess whether budgets have integrated gender equality by departments at their national and district levels. And where budget falls short of these integrations, they are revised to obtain the certificate, and they are approved by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in their country. The benefit of the certificate is that it allows legislatures to systematically hold government accountable for their record of support for gender equality and women's empowerment. Also in Belgium, the Belgian parliament has also passed a law that requires the integration of gender dimension into all their federal policies, including the budgeting. The law requires the respective ministers to identify gender equality objectives and to link it to their objectives to the budget. So we are of the view that if perhaps some of these lessons can be looked at into our country so that Parliament can have an oversight and accountable roles once these measures are in place. Next slide. While we are at that, we also did a research on gender budgeting as FFC in our previous submission. The findings of the study indicated that despite government commitments to gender equality through various policy and legislative measures, including anti-discrimination legislation and employment equity policies, unacceptable gender inequalities still exist in the country. The stats from Stats SA in 2017, it indicated Black African female-headed households are the poorest of the poor in South Africa, whereby 41.3% of South African households are headed by females. Of these female-headed households, 56% fall into the poorest quintile 1, compared to 44% of the male-headed households, and only 31% of female-headed households fall into the upper quintile 5, compared to 69% of male households. The next slide. And in terms of unemployment rates, they tend to be higher for women than men, as we have heard in the previous speakers. In the first quarter of 2017, the unemployment rate for women has been consistently higher than the unemployment rate for men at the national average, whereby in the first quarter of 2017, unemployment rate for women stood at 29.8% compared to 26% for men, with the national average of 27.7%. If that happened in 2017, we can imagine now what's happening in 2020, given the COVID impact, where people are losing jobs and women also are losing their jobs. Also, in terms of the stats in 2017, it says that the not in employment, education or training rates among the female youth has remained high, whereby in the first quarter of 2017, female youth aged between 20 and 24 years was above 50% compared to the females, compared to the males at 46.6%. Next slide. To this effect, as I've indicated earlier, FFC is of the view that one avenue that should receive greater emphasis in the IGFR system is a successful IGFR system, which should be sensitive to the needs of women and contribute to moving them out of poverty. And in order to do that, innovations in policy and design implementation are required to ensure gender-sensitive resource allocation. When the FFC did this study, its aim was to assess the gender responsiveness of municipal budgeting process. What it did, the study, it followed two approaches. It looked at the integrated development plans of municipalities, which were randomly selected. There were 30 of them. And also case studies were conducted in the Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Free State. Particular focus on the 4 sectors were on local economic development, water and sanitation, early childhood development, and housing infrastructure. We know that these 4 indicators, they play a role in alleviating pressures that women faced on a daily basis, hence they were chosen. The next slide. Findings from the study in relation to the IDP scans, it indicated there is lack of gender mainstreaming and women empowerment as an approach at municipalities. The data is not gender disaggregated between females and males. It's only used for population purposes. It's not used for anything else. Also, equity versus mainstreaming for gender equality. It's more about numbers, that these are the women that we have employed, in terms of being also focusing on equality in terms of equal opportunities for all the genders. Also, what the FFC found was that there is weak translation of gender equality commitments into fiscal commitments. What do we mean by that? That the IDPs show little evidence of the manner in which the IDP planning processes and budget offices have budgeted for gender mainstreaming programs in their departments. Next slide. In terms of the case studies that I have indicated earlier, the findings are of similar nature with the municipalities. Also at the provincial level, we found that there is poor translation of the national agenda on women empowerment and gender equality into local government programs. Also, the data is not disaggregated between female and male so that it can be used to target some of the gender mainstreaming projects that need to be taken into account. We also found that gender programs, if they are there, they are events driven, whether it's Women's Day, then you will see something being done. After that, there's no continuity. Also, there is lack of gender budgeting training and capacity building for those who are supposed to make decisions when it comes to gender budgeting. There's also the poor institutionalization of gender responsive budgeting, including the absence of analysis. Thank you. The next slide, Kevin. In terms of the reasons for limited gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting at local government, it was found that it is, among other things, due to absence of an approved gender policy across municipalities, the absence of a municipal gender mainstreaming strategy. Those who make decisions in terms of personnel and the budget officers, those who are supposed to track expenditure, have limited knowledge in terms of how to do this. Gender equality indicators and the collection of gender disaggregated information, as I've indicated earlier, it's limited. Next slide. What FFC done after the findings, it's as Commissioner Rockman has indicated, we make recommendations. In that instance, the FFC recommended the following: that the national and provincial government should run gender budgeting pilots in a few municipalities first and evaluate the results before wider application can be done. These pilots could be linked to ensuring gender disaggregated data for key conditional grants as part of the grant framework as per the Division of Revenue Act. We know that the Division of Revenue Act has grants like in the water and sanitation. So FFC is of the view that if that can be looked at and be piloted, it will go a long way in terms of addressing some of the challenges that we are facing right now. Also, the national and provincial government should ensure municipal integrated development plans are institutionalized for gender planning by sector. As I've indicated that these sectors like water and sanitation, the local economic development, they play a huge role in alleviating pressures that women are facing. And this should include gender disaggregated performance indicators and targets, and provide gender budgeting good practice guides and toolkits. The national and provincial government should provide guidelines for collecting gender disaggregated data for budgeting processes and ensure that municipalities have the capacity to analyze budget from gender lenses. Government response when FFC tabled this recommendation was that government supports the proposal, which will help ensure that the collection and allocation of public resources is effectively carried out and contributes towards advancing gender equality and women's empowerment. It will also provide tools to assess the different needs and contributions of men, women, boys, and girls within the existing revenues, expenditure, and allocation, and it will call for adjusted budget policies so that all the groups benefit. The status when this recommendation was tabled was that the Department of Women and Youth is engaging with National Treasury on budget and has indicators on gender responsive budget in its strategic plan. The next slide. The next slide is at the local level. The FFC recommended that local government should institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting processes linked to their IDP plans. The local government should build capacity for gender mainstreaming and gender-responsive budgeting at the local level, ensure gender-responsive appropriations and budget allocation, as well as ensure sensitive budget public participation and consultation take place at the local level. In terms of government response at the time when this recommendation was tabled was that gender responsive budget analysis along with legislation and other practical policy measures can indeed address gender bias and discrimination. Government was of the view that this is a step towards increased accountability and public transparency, and it can shift economic policies leading to gains across society. However, the proposal implementation may be hindered by capacity constraints at the municipal level. At the time when we tendered this recommendation, we did not receive any record status of the progress. Next slide. I think this is the last slide. Thank you. Thank you. I will hand over to Commissioner Rockman if he wants to say something else. Thank you, Chair.
Namonde, Commissioner Rockman, is there anything that you want to add or you want to say, summary?
Thanks, Chairperson. No, I think that is our presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much to the FFC. They've been with us throughout in this process of review. We have already finalized 6.5 provinces, almost 7, where the Western Cape still outstanding with 1 or 2 districts, and then also KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga, and they've been throughout bringing a very useful information that can be used to by our local and provincial government as well as national. So we are going to continue. The next would be an interactive session, but before we will ask for the women to raise their hands on the platform, we will then now give to the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Deputy Minister Honorable Stimo Tamini, to just do a commentary with regards to, particularly in our areas where we are moving, rural women are those that are experiencing the most challenge. So we'll give over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much for allowing me this space. Indeed, I would have loved to say quite a number of things, but what is great is that the speakers that have been speaking here did touch on a number of areas. I would have prepared myself to express myself in this summit, but I want to just touch on the issue of land redistribution, which is the item as a department we are currently dealing with since the law on land restitution has been allowed to be exercised, and also the land that belongs to government is now set up for people to be allocated. We have to say as a department that we're going to be very sensitive to those areas, particularly women, our youth, people living with disabilities are going to be the areas we would want to focus on, and former military veterans as we allocate land. And in this summit, I know that there could be an easy commitment that you are going to work with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development to ensure that this exercise is going to go well. The 1954 Women Charter has been dealt with in this presentation. I'm happy with that, including the international commitments on empowering women. Those are the areas that have been dealt with. And there are many areas the commissioners were dealing with, and I'm definitely not gonna repeat them. But to say as a commitment to yourselves, commissioners, the government of the Republic of South Africa, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is committed to working to ensure that the next 25 years, looking into the last 25 years, is a step that must happen with a dimension of improvement on the work that is being done. And we will be all working together, not only looking to the urban areas. It has been mentioned here that the similar challenges, or if not worse, are there in the rural areas. So our working together is going to be very, very critical. And we are indeed committed to the success of this summit and going forward. And thank you, Chair, for allowing me just these few minutes. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. We are going to open the platform now for inputs and commentary. Can the members please use the screen that is where you can raise your hands, and we will then take the inputs, not necessarily only questions. We want real inputs that will take the program forward. So we are requesting that you use the raise your hand function. Please, everyone is welcome to make your input or to ask a question if you want to ask a question. I'm just worried if you have not been identified properly, and we are having someone that is say iPhone 2G. It will be difficult to ask you to speak, but please, can you be properly identified? Can we still see other hands? Can we still see other hands? We will start with Lucia Oshan Simelane. And yeah, Lucia, just introduce yourself and then you may speak. Lucia.
Okay. Good morning, all protocol observed. My name is Lucia Ochan Simelane. I'm based in Mpumalanga. My concern, or what I would like to raise, is in concern to women that are in farming community. I feel that they are not included enough in terms of upliftment, and secondly, in land distribution, access to water and sanitation. You know, they are also affected with sexual exploitation within the farms that they dwell in. I'm not talking about women that specifically work in farms. I'm talking about women that live in farming community. Can we kindly include them as well as part of society and not count them as part of rural women? Because when we say rural women, we talk about women that are under traditional leadership. What about the women that are in farms, that live in farm dwellings? Recently, I visited a farm where there was no electricity. Water has been cut out. They have no access to health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lucia. The next one will be Mamurwa Hololo.
Thank you so much, leadership. My name is Mamura Hololo from Naomi's Widowed Forum and faith-based organization in Johannesburg. Thank you so much for all the presentations and the review of the charter. This is what we've been waiting for. I just want to request on the issues that have been mentioned. I heard Mam Dibela said they've done a research or studies also on the issues affecting the widows. I think it's almost 5 years, if not 6 years, that the widowed of South Africa have been really crying on the pressure that they're receiving on a daily basis on the issue of tax and SARS. And every year we have been promised that these issues are going to be attended to. And obviously the officials from SARS, their hands are tied because of the legislation I mean, like if somebody gets from SARS that you owe 350,000 and you are a widow and they tell you make arrangement, how are you going to make arrangement, especially for those also that are not even receiving enough monies? So may that issue speedily be attended to, because I think it's now a scratch records as we have been crying the whole time. And then also the issue of customary marriage. We are also very happy on that one because so many people are very ignorant on that matter. But like somebody has raised it, and I'm also emphasizing on that. Many of our religious fraternals, they are marriage officers. I wish they could be given a space somewhere around the court where they'll be able to help out when people are doing divorces and also on marriages. Yeah, I think, and also when on the physical issue, I don't know, I think I missed it on the issue of budget also for, I'll also request for the widows. You know, many of the widows after their husband has passed on, they're left with debt. They're being evicted from their homes. They're left on the streets, and the children are being scattered all over the places because they cannot afford to pay some of the debts that were left by their husbands, because many of the women, sometimes they become negligent, which is not anybody's problem until the husband passed on. But and may those things, I don't know how can they be attended to, especially when we're talking about the financial fiscal. Yeah, I think, can I just hold it there? Thank you so much for the opportunity. God bless you.
Thank you, Mama. Honorable Nita.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Good morning to the leadership of the Women's Caucus, and as well the Deputy Ministers that are amongst us, your Chief Whip of the leading party, the ANC, and all the participants. Let me thank all those who made a presentation. They were quite useful, I must say that, Deputy Chair. But I have few questions to ask. First is to make a contribution in line with one of the responsibility you gave me of going to Umhlobo Wenene. There were some issues that were raised sharply by community members. One was on the issue of delay in dealing with rape cases as well with gender-based violence. And they were saying that thing, it's very bad because it affects the victims of violence and rape, and to the extent that sometimes they end up withdrawing their cases, or else they get reluctantly to go and report the cases. How I wish the Minister of Justice could comment, or the Deputy Minister of Justice could comment on that. What is it that we can do to change the situation to favor those that are victims of violence? The other one, Chairperson, is on the issue of teenage pregnancy. It was raised sharply by the presenter from the Commission on Gender Equality, which is quite true. But how I wish when we discuss that, we also link it with the role of the society itself, because a child is not a child without the family, because the whole thing, it starts with the family unit. So in our programs, how I wish we could inject that, it be part of things that we consider. And again, on the issue of gender mainstreaming, when we're listening to municipality, it's true that they are not nowhere close in implementing that. And it is clear that it's not out of not wanting to do it. There's the issue of policy, and also is the issue of lack of capacity, training, as they have reflected to that. I do not know where are we going to locate this role of ensuring that there is a flagship program of training personnel in municipalities that are in decision-making echelon, so that they are able to understand their role of gender mainstreaming. The last one from my side is on the issue of economic empowerment of women. It has also been highlighted that amongst the things that affect cause the gender-based violence is the issue of women that are disempowered in terms of having any work that they are doing. They are disempowered in terms of finances. How do we make sure, Deputy Minister of Land, Agriculture, Land and Forestry, that women really get to be considered by your department in a meaningful role? I know that you have committed yourself to do that. Again, on that area, we want to see that happening, especially women in rural areas. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Rita. I'm glad that you are really raising on this platform the issues that we encountered in our engagement with the women in the different areas. Ms. Oyama Bota.
Okay, hello, can everybody see me?
You are visible, my dear, and audible.
Perfect. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for acknowledging me, Honorable Lucas. I am Oyama Bota. I am from the Northern Cape, just like our Honorable Lucas right here. And I'm currently in Cape Town, and I did most of my career and study in Cape Town. And the reason why I mentioned this is, on my point, I think we've mentioned a lot of very important discussions about what we can add on the charter. And this has also been points that have been added with the NCOP, which I've also been involved in. But going back to why I mentioned Cape Town versus the Northern Cape, for me, the spatial issue is always mentioned. And because it's spatial in the sense that it's places that wherever you are, it can either gain access or limit your access to information. And I've been seeing a lot of comments coming in about people from the rural areas complaining about this. So my biggest point is, how do we move from this? Because it's been an ongoing problem ever since. It's looking at what are the feasible ways that the government and the people and its people can take to move away and find actual plans to move away from this issue that has been an ongoing issue. And then lastly, it's on the point of, I think these discussions are very important and having summits of this nature are super important. But moving on, it's a case of how are we collecting the data and the information so that we're not constantly in discussion without any visible implementation, so that we can go back and be accountable to ourselves and have people also take us seriously as women when we get into spaces, so that things of this nature can be taken into account and into policy. So yeah, that's my biggest takeaway from this, is that let's move with action. Let's move with what are we doing with this information that we're discussing amongst ourselves, and ensuring that it gets implemented and accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. We'll be very proud of you. I can see you are struggling with connectivity, Mona Metsi, so I'm giving you now. Mona Metsi, are you still struggling? We'll come back to you. Speaker Shiba. Speaker Shiba.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, for an opportunity.
Speaker Shiba from Mpumalanga.
Yes, Deputy Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Your connectivity is a bit weak, but we can hear you.
Yeah, that's the challenge that I'm having. Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, for an opportunity given to me. Because of the connectivity, Deputy Chair, I may raise some of the issues that should maybe to be raised on the second presentation. So, Chair, on issues of equality, I think the issue of reaching out to rural areas is still a challenge. You know that in Mpumalanga, it's a deep rural areas. So I think let those living in rural areas be prioritized in terms of skills development, number one, and also in terms of network accessibility. COVID-19 have exposed us where learning was done through social media, and you'll find it was so difficult for the learners that are living in rural areas to access the tuition that was offered via media. And also, it is so difficult for farm dwellers to access services in terms of service delivery, like those in urban areas. They are victimized by farm owners, and their rights are also violated. I think they need to be empowered and also need to be protected by the legislation. Deputy Chair, may I also reflect on issues based on Article 4 in terms of education and training, that as women, we need to work with progressive professionals and launch a campaign to encourage and support women to register and study your mathematics, your science, your technology. And also the issue of funding, as also presented, it also is needed to assist the girls who have challenges with registration and accommodation at school. Chair, for now, I must just stop there. Maybe if my connectivity is okay, I will come again on the second session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker Shiva. Honorable Gillian.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Deputy Chair and all protocol observed. It is for me an absolute pleasure to take this journey with you throughout the country. I am going to take the opportunity this morning, Deputy Chairperson, to just highlight one issue that we are struggling with in the Western Cape while the Deputy Minister of Justice is on the platform. Deputy Minister, we need you, please, to intervene in the issue of the appointment of the regional head of justice for our province. Since the inception of the late Comrade Issa Muhammad, who was the regional head into parliament, that position is still vacant, and that is hampering us in the justice system in this province. I am pleading with you, Deputy Minister, to take up this issue to assist us in our fight on gender-based violence. A few weeks ago, I had a very successful gender-based violence program here in Cape Town, and that was one of the issues that was highlighted. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, for offering me the platform to speak to the Deputy Minister directly this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gillian. Yes, you've been one of the people that have been consistently also on this journey. We will once again call for Munameti Muiti just to see whether she's back on the platform. Munameti Muiti.
Hello.
Yes, please, my dear, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Khasi Tilekalatladi from Northwest. Thank you for affording us an opportunity to participate in this important debate, Women Charter review. Chairperson, I want to talk on issues of land. I believe of land and must assist to secure empowerment and create incentives for investment. We are not enjoying our rights as women in South Africa, in particular Black women, because we are disempowered by our own government. We do have policies, Chairperson, that are in place, but at the same time, government is
We cannot hear you.
Framework and land use. This information, according to me, does not reach the marginalized women from rural areas, does not reach those who are entrepreneurs, who want to explore more and be part of stimulating our economy in South Africa. So more women are not receiving more attention from our government in terms of women empowerment. Number two, Chairperson, we had this program. We understand that COVID-19 caused a distraction in terms of employment and small businesses. We have this idea that now that we have our own women who are sewing, they don't even get or receive empowerment from our own government because they are sewing, but at the same time, they cannot clothe their own children. You know, a clothing and textile industry, especially when it comes to school uniforms, is now done by a certain race. And when you're supposed to go and buy a uniform for your own children, you are directed to a certain shop, and we are not empowered to clothe our own children by our own government. That is a problem. And these are the women who are trying everything in their power to make something for their own living. But at the same time, we can't even get a platform to engage our own employees, the premiers, the MECs. They don't have time for us to sit with them to share these frustrations and these innovations that we are coming up with, and to say to them, how can government help? The last thing, Chairperson, you know, it is so disturbing because there are a number of schools that are reduced. These schools from, hello?
Okay. We hear you.
You hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Chair. You know, here in Northwest, there are a number of schools. They separate primary, the combined schools. That program of separating combined schools. But at the same time, the COVID-19, some of the schools now are congested. It shows that these schools, they could have not been separate. They could have not been, I mean, that program, according to me, it not assist, because the number of students at rural areas, according to them, are little. So they have to increase number. So COVID-19, it shows that we must go back and think again in terms of these programs. I think we must go back and, you know, trying to make sure that our classes are not congested. We must try to apply the same model that private schools are doing. Chairperson, this is my last comment. I've got a lot of comments. I believe that this program must reach the provinces. We must have the same platform that we are having now per provinces, so that we must have sufficient time to input, especially when it comes to articles from a gender, women charter. Thank you, Chairperson. It's my birthday today. You must wish me a birthday.
Birthday, Mona Mitzi. Happy birthday to you. We will sing for you after the program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Martinique Marines.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the House, all protocols observed. I'm Martinique Marines. I represent the Federation of Trade Unions of South Africa. So I'm here to speak on behalf of our workforce in both the public service as well as the private sector. So I would like to start off with the issue of, the convention C190, which is an ILO convention. This convention deals with it's concerning the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. We are aware that there is a draft code of good practice currently that was issued by the Department of Labor that speaks to this convention. However, the convention has not been ratified by South Africa. And, we were hoping that South Africa was going to be one of the first countries on the African continent to ratify this convention. Yet today we, still disappointed. The other issue is, the Department of Labor needs to really look at the way of equity in the workplaces. The way they are counting the figures is 50 male, 50 females. They need to really look at where in the organizations are the females in fact placed, because it's easy for an organization to say we meet the equity targets, but yet the Department of Labor does not go further to see what positions these females are in fact holding within the workplaces. What I've also picked up because I'm the chairperson of the council in the Western Cape, is that the Western Cape itself, there's no policy speaking on gender-based violence in the workplace. And for me, that is a big concern, because we have women who's employed by, in your public service space, that comes to work with blue marks in their faces, where they become the laughing stock, and they demoralize our women. So what does the employer do in this regard? Do they offer safe spaces? I think it's time that government also needs to relook that issue. The issue of still on the convention is, we are saying, it's not okay for an intern to do sexual favors simply to secure a job. That's unacceptable. The same goes for a domestic worker that subject herself to violence in the workplace. And again, today, it's my plea from the Federation side that South Africa, to get, the Department of Labor, the country needs to, as soon as possible, try and ratify this convention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Marthanik. We will continue, and there is Pepsile Maseko. Pepsile Maseko. Pepsile Maseko. In the meantime, let's then continue and call V Mazwi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me thank you for the opportunity and greet everyone. Chair, in many presentations, I'm Vyokazi Mazwi from East London.
Open your video just for the sake of the TV.
Okay.
If you can, if your connectivity allows, thank you.
Am I on now?
Yes, you are. Continue.
Okay. I'm Vyokazi Mazwi from East London. Sorry about that. Apologies for that. From the presentations, Chair, and I kept on hearing that everyone to educate a black child to learn science. I am coming from a university, and I am under the umbrella of FEDUSA. It is very well said when we encourage our kids to learn science. But I think the question that we need to ask ourselves, how do we do it in such a way that we ensure that we reach those kids that are in the outskirts of our provinces? Because, Chair, if we cannot do that, the poor will remain poorer. And also, Chair, let's say they learn science. What incentives are there in ensuring that we really encourage those kids to really learn science? Because the reality is that we are stuck with graduates that have learned science, that have nowhere to operate. I think if you are already aware, for example, that the tire industry, there's one industry that is closing shop in PE. Those are the realities that are on the ground. So we need to sit down and be honest with ourselves, and let us give ourselves time and duration in which we can really have our plan on track in ensuring that we can race against time. Otherwise, one day we'll wake up and the country will be gone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vuyokazi. Can we again call on Pepsile Maseko? Possibly you've got an issue of connectivity. I just want to make sure that everyone that is on the platform that requested to speak will speak. So we will call again for Pepsile Maseko. If you are not, but it seems we can give Mamurwa Hololo. I know she spoke before, but I think we can give her if she wants to speak again. Mamurwa.
Thank you, Chair. I think I forgot something that I wanted to raise with Professor Domingo on the cases that are outstanding, especially on the customary marriages, where most of these marriages are not being registered. I don't know how do we handle that, because the files are still lying in the courts and the women do not have access because the procedures are very, very expensive. So now I want to know how can this be handled, or because it end up with these women being frustrated. And the issue of the pro bono. In the pro bono cases, there are a lot of queues, and most of cases end up prescribing. So I heard John mentioning something about their equality courts. So I don't know whether those equality courts do attend to this kind of cases, especially some of the cases that I saw happening. It's when the two women, one is on civil and the other one did not register the customary marriage and the husband passed on. Those cases go on and on for many, many years. And, you know, until, and at the end of the day, the people that get frustrated are the children because they have nowhere to go. And then the last one that I also want to raise, I think everyone has been raising it, because we have that thing where they encourage a girl child to go and study. We have so many PhD girls that want to study, but they don't have access to funding. As much as they try to apply for funding, it's also a very, very serious problem. So can that issue be addressed? And the issue also of the women that are over 35 years, like the president came up with this type of 1 million where they create employment for youth. Can't there be some way of these women be trained on skill development so that they can also create employment for the youth? Thank you so much. God bless you.
So I will once again call on Pepsile Maseko. If not there, I don't know, Biza, you've lowered your hand. Pepsile, are you there? Mamurwa, can you please mute your mic? Biza?
No, thank you very
Biza
much.
Mantantana?
Thank you very much, Chair, and all protocol observed. I'm Biza Mantantana, Northern Cape. I don't have a question, but just a comments. The first thing I want to appreciate is all the presentations. I think they were quite helpful. And if we were to do all the things that we're raising in the various presentations, I'm sure the next 25 years would be quite different and qualitatively so. I think and I hope the presentation will be shared as we requested with the participants. And I'm more interested in what the CGE is raising on what needs to be done, because I do think that the analysis done there is quite comprehensive, and it's hitting the nail on the head in terms of what the weaknesses are, what the gaps are. I think the Chair, when you did the welcoming remarks or the context, you did allude to the fact that part of the main thing that we must try and achieve is to ensure that there is proper coordination, and we must ensure that there is proper implementation. So it does appear that at the level of police, there is clarity about what needs to be done. Perhaps issues of implementation, they remain a bigger challenge. I do agree that in one of the issues that the FFC is raising about the weaknesses in the municipality, it relates particularly to issues of commitment and consciousness by those in power, by those who are in charge, because we did some work ourselves in terms of analyzing the IDPs of the municipalities. And one of the glaring issues was the fact that municipalities would regard issues related to mainstreaming in particular to be soft issues, and not necessarily the issues that they would be doy about out there and so on. So I do think that if we're to focus on the recommendations as articulated by FFC, I'm sure 90% of our work would have been done, particularly to ensure that there is legislative changes to those areas that they've identified. But secondly, there is also a sense of an enforcement. You know, the issue of gender mainstreaming and so other things, it does appear as though it's a stepchild. It's something that we're doing favor about. But we appreciate the fact that we understand that it's how you transform society, and therefore we must be patient with each and every one. But we do think that maybe the changes that are being proposed by FFC in particular, those will be helpful moving forward and so on. Because I do think that one of the things that, and I'm sure CGE raised, is the central role that DPME and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability must play in ensuring that the issue of central planning and budgeting gets implemented. So I do think that, therefore, Chair, if all these things were to be done and implemented with a level of commitment from the leadership, half of the struggle would have been won. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pisa. Honorable Nita, is it something that you still want to say?
Yes, Chair, I forgot one thing on Article 4, Honorable Chair. It's the matter of those women that stands at 59% or that are not having matric. How I wish, Chair, we should highlight that as one of the matter that will be following up, maybe using organizations like the one that Professor Sengwe Mkhize is leading, of ensuring that those women, they get to be attended to. We have programs in different provinces just targeting women that have not passed matric. Just a proposal to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nita. Thank you very much to everyone that participated in the interactive session. We will now, before we give to the Deputy Minister, we will just want to ask to the presenters if there is anything that you just want to comment on, because we are going to take up everything in our report, and we will advertise henceforth how we are going to deal with issues. But we are also planning to have an economic oversight summit in the same fashion that we are having this law reform summit, just as part and parcel to discuss particular issues as was also raised by Munametsi Mueti. And I see there is someone that is now raising their hand, Zaza Fisher. Zaza, I am really giving you reluctantly because I wanted to continue with our program. But you can make your Person Bilamkulu, can you mute your Zaza Fisher? So then we can continue. Oh, Zaza, I nearly decided to boycott you. But
My apologies. Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to again reiterate that I know that what's been discussed again is all again more specific to women, and I see a lot of people have been dealing with just emphasizing on gender-based violence and girl, child, and women that are are included in all of the other issues and challenges. But again, I speak from a transgender woman's perspective, and I would like to just raise that if that could also be discussed and included, because I think that if we look at also the statistics in terms of transgender women, is the issues that we face in terms of empowerment, homelessness, and unemployment. So I would also like if that could be included as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Zaza. I must say that we have requested, we have spoken to Steve, and he said they will definitely make an input on the issues of people that are not necessarily seeing themselves as women, straight or gender non-conforming people. So we will get some inputs, and we will then also process that likewise. We will now start with, anyone can start, of our presenters, just to make a input or an observation before we will give the Deputy Minister of Women to also make a commentary. But we just want to ask if anyone feel that there is something that have been directed directly to yourself, we will now give to our presenters to respond. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister, you may continue. On the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I had some connectivity problems during the input, so I might have missed things. But Honourable Mrita raised the issue of the delay in the finalisation of rape cases and GBV cases. Now, let me just firstly start with rape cases. We are having a problem. It's been in the media. And that is with the finalization of the DNA reports. And those are quite crucial when it comes to the evidence needed for a sexual offences case, particularly if there's been penetration. There would usually be DNA in the woman's body or the victim survivor's body, which is then quite crucial for that case. It's then scientific evidence. The police there are challenges with the police who run the DNA testing centers. I have had engagements with the Deputy Minister of Police on it, and we're meant to be having a follow-up soon. But that is a serious cause of delays in the rape cases, the sexual offences cases. I mean, with other GBV cases, look, I'm not, let me just say we do have a problem of we don't have a specific crime called gender-based violence. When we talk about gender-based violence, we generally mean sexual offences. We mean cases arising from domestic violence orders where they are broken. But the police and the prosecution have been asked to develop a system to identify GBV cases. The murder of a woman is not necessarily a GBV case. It could involve a bank robbery and the robber shoots people and one of the people shot happens to be a woman. That's not really a GBV cases would be where the crime is inflicted because of the gender of the person. Obviously, assaults of women generally would be GBV cases. An arson where somebody's house is burnt, in many cases would not be, regardless of whether the owner of the house is a woman. But if the house was burnt by the woman's partner or ex-partner, then it's obviously a GBV case. So I think I'd engage outside with Honourable Mrita as to what she's meaning. When it comes to the protection orders for domestic violence, it's a two-part process. The initial phase is to get an interim order granted almost immediately to provide protection. And then it's set down for what's called a return date, when the person against whom the order has been granted can respond and dispute the facts that have been put before the court. But once there is an interim order, that person is covered with the protection once it's served on the person. So, but going back to the sexual offences, the DNA evidence is the delays in DNA evidence. The courts are complaining about that. On the issue of the regional head of the Department of Justice of the Western Cape, yes, that position, together with the regional head of the Northwest and Mpumalanga, are vacant. They're filled by the department. I was trying to get info as to where we are currently. The posts were advertised some time ago, and they're going into the shortlisting and interview process. So hopefully that will be soon. In the meantime, there is an acting regional head in the Western Cape. And then I didn't get the question relating to women in customary marriages having divorces and the problems of the finding legal representation. Let me just say that Legal Aid South Africa do some civil work, although they've got limited resources. Their prime aim is criminal matters. And what they can do from a civil side is linked or limited to the resources that they've got. But when it comes to, if there are children involved, then they basically prioritize those cases. So if it's a divorce and there are minor children in the marriage, it should be easy to get legal aid to represent you. If there are no children, it may not be that easy. Yeah, we have also extended, or we're extending from the 1st of December, the civil jurisdiction of regional courts. Every regional court in the country will have civil jurisdictions. So that means in some parts of the country where there was very limited civil jurisdiction, let's take the Eastern Cape, the former Transkei. In the former Transkei, it was only the regional court in Umtata that had civil jurisdiction. So if you lived in the former Transkei and you wanted to get a divorce, you had to go to Umtata. And now you will be able to go from the 1st of December, you'll be able to go to any of the regional courts in the area, the closest one to you. Then the issue of transgender women or trans women. Look, obviously there are specific conditions and specific concerns, but our legislation is generally non-gendered. So in the Domestic Violence Act, we don't talk about men and women. Anyone can get a domestic violence order. That would apply to women against men, which is the usual, men against women, which is less frequent, same-sex couples or ex-couples, and transgender or intersex people. It's non-gendered. Similarly, with the Sexual Offences Act, it's non-gendered, and then with maintenance. We are waiting for the Law Reform Commission report, which I hope will be coming soon, because one of the hopes we will have is that there will be a proposal to speed up the maintenance process. It takes or to have the magistrate playing more of an inquisitorial role rather than adversarial, where the parties are in contest with each other, and you need to have legal representation to match the representation from the other side. Chair, then there were some questions I saw on the panel relating to decriminalization of sex work, and I think somebody complaining about further consultations. As I said, we were not happy as government with the Law Reform Commission report with advocating continued criminalization, although they did make a number of useful non-legislative proposals. There are complexities with the whole issue of decriminalization, and these are the questions, some of the questions we would be wanting to engage on. A lot of the friction between sex workers and law enforcement is where there is street solicitation, people trying to attract clients on the street. What do we do with that if there's decriminalization? Do we allow that, or do we say no? You can only try and attract clients online or through adverts or through other means, or do we? Because that's also a point of friction often with residents. Or do we restrict it from certain areas? You can't solicit within a distance of a school or a religious institution or so on. So that's one area. The other area is what happens to pimps. In many jurisdictions, pimps have not been decriminalized. It's criminal to be a pimp. What do we do with them in South Africa? Another area would be how do we limit human trafficking? And this was one of the concerns of the Law Reform Commission. But presumably, if decriminalization, the demand for sex work will increase. And how do you then stop, if there's a greater demand, people being trafficked, particularly underage or children being trafficked into the sex work industry more than they're being done at the moment? How do you stop organized crime moving into the sex work? To put on, and I know that it changes in certain areas. What about the issue of the so-called Swedish or Scandinavian model, which is the decriminalization of the sale of sex, but not the buying of sex? So those are some of the issues we would want to engage with stakeholders on. It's not just as simple as saying, okay, sex work is legal. We've got to take into account these issues, and we've got to avoid situations that have happened in our country. Luckily, not so recently now, but I think it was Rosettenville and then in Rustenburg, where community members attacked brothels. So Chair, I think I hope I've covered everything. If I haven't, please, if somebody can point out to me, but I did have some connectivity problems during the inputs. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. There will definitely be still an opportunity for you to make input. If we get the report, we will still send out all the different queries to the different ministries before we develop the final report. So it will be like that. So if there is no one of the other presenters, is
the Commissioner Muliko, can I come in just to answer the questions posed to the Commission, and then I will be very concise.
No, it's fine. I will allow that because that is why you are here. So you can continue.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Thanks again, colleagues. I'll just start on the issue that Mayor Gololo raised on the research of widows. Was having a discussion now with Commissioner Motupi before the matter is closed. I think we decided let's respond to that. We definitely note the matter of concern on the women, particularly widows, and how CGE is addressing the issue of debt and finalizing the issues around that. We definitely want to note that concern. It has been a case in point raised, particularly around some of the issues that deal with tax, and it's a very complex issue. I think that we do have engagement from the legal unit on this matter, which has not been finalized in terms of submissions in this regard. And I think we must just get your contacts so that we can engage with those who are within the framework that you are speaking to, as well, to listen to better what are some of the issues. If we can get your contacts from the organizers, and so that we can also thoroughly engage you as we make the process of submission. This has not been finalized, but I think it's important to raise that the issues of widowhood and some of the issues around dealing with debt, because they're very technical. The second point, I think Honorable Nita raised the issue twice on the issue of GBV. I think it was a comment, but I think the second point that she raised on the low level of education linking to poverty and how we then quell this. I think some of the issues that we deal with from the response on a lot of the issues on inequality and gender inequality are root, or rather symptoms. They're not the root cause. And I think that if we can pinpoint the root cause of why we have some of the problems, and it will help us strategically really respond to some of the critical issues that we see in society. So I think education, linked to the point that Vuyokazi Mazwi raised, very critical point on the issue of the labor market linkages and the people that come out of our education system. What we have done and seen is that there is what we call a mismatch. So the labor market supply and the demand in the labor market is completely mismatched. And hence that people finish a grade 12, even you can finish at university, but the kind of skills that our system is producing doesn't speak to what is demanded in the labor market. That's one. But the second is the inability of the labor market to absorb even your graduates. This is problematic, and it speaks to some of the systemic failures in the labor market of South Africa. And these things must be dealt with decisively, colleagues and honorable members. Why? Because in most of the newly industrialized countries, which were in a similar position to South Africa 30 years ago, they've been able to use their technical vocational education and training institutions, particularly maths and science. So this notion that science and technology is important isn't just taken from nowhere. There's best practice that we have seen. Countries that have industrialized, they actually need a mass force of economically empowered through education, through namely, if you look at the syllabus and the curriculum, it's strengthening of maths and science technical skill. But that requires one, teacher training colleges. If honorable members could look at how do we resuscitate the improvement of outcomes of our teachers so that we can have more educators that are equipped and revive those type of systems to train better. Two, linking the outcomes of our post-school learners and even grade 9 leaving learners to your artisanal space, to your manufacturing, to employment opportunities in your STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Those subsets in the economy require you to actually have science and technology underpinning most of your learning, even if you don't want to go to matric, or even if you don't want to finish university, you can still use the maths and science you gain from early childhood development to the junior school learning to the post-school. That will assist us, because I think we need to look at how do we systemically improve our outcomes to try and link the youth labor market to the economy. And so it's currently, these people that we're producing to finish a matric, what are they going to do? Can they do what the labor market needs and the economy needs them to do? Can they produce something? Are they critical thinkers? What type of pedagogical skills have you inputted into them to actually contribute to society? Rather than just having a piece of paper, what does that mean in terms of their ability to add to society? So I think it's critical that we incentivize even the development of these subsectors, which can produce and help us even from economic participation perspective. I agree with Martinique Martinez, who has mentioned that the workplace policies on GBV are just as important as also those that are in all other facets of society. And the focus is there. So we look at CGE, are there policies, particularly for sexual harassment in institutions? If there are companies you're finding, I'm a Western Cape Commissioner, I'm asking you, contact me, contact Skolile, who's our provincial manager. Our contacts are available publicly. You can let us know, put in a complaint through the complaints process that this company doesn't have a sexual harassment policy They don't have processes and systems to deal with sexual harassment. We must therefore be sent their CGE to investigate, because that is our role and that is what we do. So I would encourage even the participants here, where there are instances of flouting of policy procedures, let us know so that we can then be assigned the task to actually investigate that. And sexual favors at work and the like, that is sexual harassment. There should be no one who is called to perform any type of a sexual favor to get an advancement or promotion as a precondition. And then the last, I think, thank you to Mr. Mandanda from Mr. Biza Mandanda, I think on the comments made. I think I'll end on the comment of DICRIM, the point that Honorable Deputy Minister has just made. I think the nation needs to look at the issue and the complexities around the DICRIM of sex work. The key issue I also raise here, the issue of what are the drivers. I think the country to look at the issue of what is the driver. It's similar to the issue of poverty. What is the driver of the poverty? We know that education is one of the issues, the low level of education, the inability to access opportunities in the labor market because of low skills is a key driver to poverty. What is the driver to some of the reasons why we have the issue of sex work? This one. The two is whose children and what direction is South Africa wanting to go? We've had a lot of engagements with even the Law Reform Commission. We're having internal engagements, I must say, in the Commission on this issue, because we're looking at these questions from a policy perspective to say, what has been the effect of change in legislation in first world countries? So we have seen a lot of Nordic countries, we've seen a lot of OECD economies that have decriminalized, but the surprising outcome across the world has been that human trafficking has gone up. The East European countries or the Balkan states, former Balkan states, simply see more of their young women and girls imported to these areas where decrim has been allowed. And the issue of linking this subsector to the mafia or to the underworld is very strong. Human trafficking then is done from outside of those countries into the area where it's now seen as decriminalized. And these complexities are concerning in a situation where South Africa already has a justice cluster with the inundated issues of GBV that is dealing with the low level of change in terms of femicide level, in terms of some of the issues we know that are in our justice cluster. Will we now be able, if the first world economies are not able to correctly deal with this issue, given their systems, given their justice system, given their policing, and yet we want to now put this even on our police system? Can we cope as South Africa? These are some of these things that we need to look at as a country, and we are going to be discussing and engaging as even the Commission. And what is the linkage between human trafficking and the issue of sex work? The research is showing strong linkages, and how do you deal with that, particularly with the underworld and the controllers of the human body? And if this is not a form of continuation of economic violence, because these human bodies are usually controlled by what the Honorable Deputy Minister referred to as the pimps. And so these complexities need to be really perused and looked at in a context of South Africa, which has 30 million unemployed, 30 million people living below the poverty line, 13 million unemployed South Africans, the unequal distribution of gains of wealth, where 90% of the wealth is owned by 10%, and the bottom 40% have a mere 8.3% of the income of this country. So these drivers we have to look at and see, how do they then lead us to the outcomes? If we deal with the economic issue, if we deal with the spreading of education and empowering, if we deal with the issue of making sure that there's economic opportunities, we can then engage. And I think it's critical for us to look at all of these for the socioeconomic context of South Africa, and not to lose that, because it will be lost, because we're not a first world. We're not a first world. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Doc. Commissioner Motupi, is there something that you still want to add or to say?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I think the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission had sufficiently answered the question. I would just like to make a short comment on Ntate Mantatana. I hope I got that correct. His comment on gender mainstreaming. Chair, I want to agree with him that the problem or the challenge rather is with commitment. There is infrastructure, there is legislative framework to ensure that there is gender mainstreaming in institutions, in particular for this one, in government. If you look at municipalities, you would find that the level at which the people dealing with gender mainstreaming are placed at, it shows you that there is lack of commitment to those who have authority. And even the kind of resources that are allocated to gender mainstreaming within municipalities and as well government departments is a manifestation that there is no commitment. However, the laws are there, but the only thing is commitment to ensure that there is implementation of gender mainstreaming. We shouldn't be now, more than 20 years into democracy, be grappling with implementation of gender mainstreaming, in particular within government, whilst we are also trying to ensure that the private sector as well comes on board. There isn't anywhere where even the private sector can learn from best practices, because even government is failing in this regard in ensuring that there's gender mainstreaming. However, I believe that these processes like this one will ensure that we get to the implementation of gender mainstreaming, will ensure that those who are in authority do come to the party and commit to gender mainstreaming. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutupi, Commissioner. I would love Commissioner Domingo, Prof, if you can just make a comment.
Here we go. Thank you. I just want to follow up on what the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development had to say about the customary law managers and access to justice. So just to say that there are legal aid clinics which are attached to universities. So for example, I'm at WITS, so we have the WITS Law Clinic, which is based in Johannesburg. We see women who don't have the money to afford an attorney, and we have a family law units, and so that's also a place where most people or women can access justice as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think we have covered everyone, unless Commissioner Rockman, is there anything that you want to, or Nomonde, that you want to comment on?
Thank you, Chair. I think mostly we have been covered. I think there's a number of pertinent matters that we will pick up and also take further into our research in the fiscal and financial environment. I think maybe we should just emphasize also from our side on almost every area of work that we have been doing recently. The lack of reliable and accurate data is such a big area of emphasis that I think we need to have further collaboration on specifically our data requirements. And I think there's quite a broad scope for further collaboration with the CGE and other partners on these areas of research. And I think it will be really a good initiative for us to come together also and work in a more comprehensive, focused way going forward. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Rockman, and all the best with your quite new deployment. And we are at the point where we are going to continue with our program, and we will now give to the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, that is also the national convener of the Progressive Women's Movement. I have been reminded recently by the president of the AIDS Women's League that we must never forget that the Women's Charter was actually canvassed by the Women's Coalition. So coalitions or everyone is important in the review of the Women's Charter. So I just want to to Prof to highlight us a little bit, but also to make a commentary on the issues that you are dealing with on a daily basis. We will now give over to Professor Kize.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, commissioners, colleagues, all the guests. Honorable Chair, firstly, I must apologize for joining honorable members at the tail end of the discussion. But I'm glad that I could pick up and listen to some of the comments, and certainly we will be interested in the end product of this process. Is very, very important for us, not only to understand of progress made, but above everything, the pace at which we are moving. I think we're at the point where our people, women of South Africa, are really impatient, especially with us who often sit around these high tables in terms of saying, well, you know, we've heard them analyzing, we've heard them talking, but the pace at which they are doing it is not acceptable to us. And I'm sure many honorable members will agree that the summit that was hosted by the president in 2018 is a typical example of this tension between us as policymakers, government, commissioners, and people outside those corridors who just feel they don't understand. If they understood us, they will move at a faster rate. So I'm grateful to be here, having greeted all of you, and I suppose I'll be reflecting both as a Deputy Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, well, of course, as the National Convener of the Progressive Women's Movement. Our organization has followed this process very closely, mainly because we always have this as a roadmap whereby we put against the wall the Women's Charter, which of 1954, which led to the Freedom Charter of 1955, and later there was a march, of course. But we always look then and say it informed what we did in 1994 and the review that was done thereafter. But at the end of the day, the question remains, where are we as of today? So it is also an opportune moment when we can reflect on key gender priorities and persisting challenges as we move towards the target date of the UN Agenda 2030. So this review is timely. We have the UN Agenda 2030, the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, as well as working towards the AU Agenda 2063. I've been asked to speak on today. The topic was the role that women's coalitions can play in the advancement of gender transformation. This is a very important aspect that must be focused upon on an ongoing basis. You know, in the disability sector, they have this slogan of saying, nothing about us without us, is their motto. And so, you know, whenever you listen carefully to people who are within the women's movement, you realize that we shouldn't say much about them without them, because they reflect from an experiential point of view. They have a deeper insight and understanding of the issues that they've been exposed to, often from birth. Chairperson, I strongly believe that unlocking women's collective power is the way we are going to address those challenges that persist in our country, such as patriarchy and negative masculine attitudes, negative norms and values, cultural practices, and socioeconomic discriminatory practices, the ongoing scourge of gender-based violence and femicide, as well as violence in the workplace, women's poverty, hunger and food scarcity, women's financial and economic inclusion, the gendered nature of women's work, and the sharing of responsibilities between men and women in the household and family obligations, women's care, economy issues, including unpaid care work. So women's collective power and collective activism through women's coalitions or a women's movement can be harnessed to collectively tackle these challenges that act as a barrier in women's emancipation and empowerment, but also in fast-tracking the pace at which we move on issues. Women's coalitions are about forming local groups which are linked to the state, national, and international levels, but also rooted at a community level. These groups can be focused on supporting each other, raising awareness, gathered together women with a common cause, and fighting for a new system and being game changers on specific issues. Members present here will recall that the Women's Collective Action in South Africa, the Women's Coalition, was the best practice recognized globally. In fact, the very Women's Charter we refer to is the outcome of the older women's collective approach to issues like the formed Federation of South African Women, and what led to the march by 20,000 women to the union building. So all those social formations, they give us assurance that it's our duty and responsibility to support women's coalitions even today. We saw what the Women's Coalition did in 1994. I'm sure you all know would have had Madame Freni Gwinala as a Speaker of Parliament, would have had powerful women taking powerful ministerial positions, some being sent as ambassadors, some being put in strategic commissions like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. All that, it happened too early when the people of South Africa were still not ready. But because the Women's Coalition has worked as early as 1992 and prepared a fertile ground for the ruling party to make strategic decisions, we saw the impact. And of course, we cannot rely only on what we achieved then. During the negotiated transition to democracy in South Africa, the Women's Charter campaign mobilized 2 million women to influence the drafting of South Africa's constitution. The Women's National Coalition built its national campaign around 5 primary themes: women's legal status, women's access to land, resources and water, violence against women, health and work. And I hope the discussions today were really about why do we take 10 steps forward and 10 steps back all the time? Because we've been able to move and achieve great things, and we've been able to reach a mountain and be prepared to climb further up other mountains. Chairperson, perhaps I need to say this, that unfortunately, any coalition, if it's not backed up by a strong, locally rooted mass movement of women, it tends to crumble at one point or another. But also the question of capacity and resources, we should not underestimate. I mean, I listened a little bit to what my colleague, the Deputy Minister of Justice, was saying about quite a number of bills that have been in the system or discussions for some time, even before they were at the point of being a bill. And I said, even today, mainly because women do not have the resources, they don't do their research, they don't shorten the discussions and say, there's no perfect solution. Let's find a workable solution for our issues. And we've seen, even in other countries, even the ones with the most advanced democracy, really, in some instances, they take practical positions as long as it's meant to give security to their own people. And you realize that even when they present, it's not coherent, it's not perfect, but it's working for them. And even the beneficiaries, women, when they say, in this country, this cannot be done. In this country, this is what I'm entitled for. So it's not perfect from a theoretical, conceptual framework, but it's thought through in such a way that within a reasonable period of time, it cushions those who deserve to be cushioned. So we should continue to build coalitions of support to advance the lives of our community by addressing gender-based disadvantages while tapping the existing resources within our communities. Such approaches could include building more coalitions of partnerships to promote women's empowerment, collaboration with academics and experts in specific fields of work in exploring initiatives that address gender issues, create support systems that promote and sustain women's leadership. And I'm glad, Chairperson, that in your review, you made a special focus on the law reform. I must say, in all our consultations, women still cry out about the criminal justice system in terms of their cases in the courts, that they take longer, sometimes they feel not understood. So this discussion or your report should help us as a basis of moving forward in ensuring that we support our relevant departments and make sure that women are at the forefront on evaluating the impact of what has been put in place for them. So we need to build on the momentum offered by the Generation Equality campaign and the rollout of the programs right down to the grassroots level. The establishment of a national task team of civil society organizations can be built on towards the formation of more progressive women's movement structures. We need to build on the movements created around the gender-based violence and femicide issue, as well as the changing behavior campaign that the president has been talking to very strongly to say it cannot be business as usual. We need to build on processes of different and smaller coalitions around issues of addressing the impact of COVID-19 on women and girls. We need to build on the smaller coalitions that focus on women's poverty and food security. I must say the progressive women's movement has been very active around the issue of land and the right to production and access to finance. Because if we are built on women like Mayor Charlotte Maxeke, who as far back as 1913 opposed the Natives Land Act, and said, this is gonna drive us to poverty. So we, on our side, as the Women's Ministry, we need to re-energize the national gender machinery and all progressive movements and use the district development model so as to make sure that we are closer towards communities. Women's Coalition, Chair, will deliver concrete and transformative change for women and girls, will be the game changer we need in addressing persistent challenges and engaging in a paradigm shift so that the key is on changing social norms and values, negative stereotypic thinking, and harmful practices. We know we have many of our women in our churches, but because of our silences, today we have many church leaders who have been accused of committing these serious crimes of gender-based violence. If the women in the church were empowered by us, I'm sure they could have picked up the battle and prevented the pain that has been experienced by many young women today. In conclusion, Chair, I want to say that it is critical to actively revive the vibrancy of women's movements and coalitions, particularly given the impact of poverty, inequality, and gender-based violence, which continues to disproportionately affect women. We can attain gender equality through sustained and collective activism, institutionalized law reform, in order to continuously assess the impact of legislation and collectively accelerate efforts towards the attainment of Vision 2030. And above everything, Chairperson, we have to support President Ramaphosa when he presents the economic recovery plan. We all know that is the pillar of women's autonomy and independency. We have to be clear about what is our inclusive strategy. We have to be clear about what is our contribution to the economic growth of this country. Because should we drag our feet and not put ourselves at the center of this painful but opportune struggle to move this country forward, we will be definitely left behind. But I do believe in this process that you have initiated, that it will revive all of us so that we are the drivers of the change we want to see. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kize, and thank you very much that in spite of being so busy this morning, that you still took out time to be part and parcel of this process. We really appreciate that, particularly since we, on behalf of Parliament, are running this process, and we feel that it's a part of our oversight responsibility to make sure that we respond, that we make our government to respond, and also that we make our government to make sure that our legislation and our policies respond to the issues of women. Because I've said to the women in the provinces throughout the country where we've been doing this review, it is not only about gender-based violence. It is about the whole conditions and circumstances of women and where they find themselves. And how do we, as a government and as society and as civil society, respond to the issues that will make sure that we see equality as well as equity. I think someone spoke about the issue of placement in the workplace that is sometimes based on equality but not necessarily equity. And that is one of the issues that we really want to address. So even on your other responsibility as the Minister of Women, but also particularly as the Progressive Women's Movement, we've been working together and we've been hearing the issues of women. And I think most of the people that have spoken here today have emphasize the issue of the fact that we are having the necessary policies, we are having the necessary legislation, but how do we, in a coordinated fashion, working together to make sure that we respond to the issues that are being brought to our table. I want to express appreciation to all the people that took part, particularly the presenters, and we are still continuing with this process. And just on one specific issue that have been coming up, even last week when we were in the Eastern Cape, it is the plight of rural women. And we have actually tentatively decided, I'm sorry about that, we have actually tentatively decided that we will have to make sure that we reach rural women, even if it's physical engagement, because it's not all of them that are able to be on the virtual platforms. So we will have to assess and see how successful we were in reaching particularly women in rural areas, so that we can have physical engagements with them, so to ensure that they are part and parcel of the whole process of the review of the Women's Charter, because the issue of rural women is coming up more and more. But let me just begin to express appreciation to the Commission on Gender Equality, the Deputy Chairperson, as well as the Commissioner for Free State and Northern Cape, Commissioner Mutupi. You've been one of the people that have been with us, and also the Commission have been with us throughout the provinces that we have served, that we have touched with the review. So we have been experiencing the cooperation and the support of the Commission on Gender Equality. To Commissioner Rockman and Nomonde Madubula, you have been with us throughout as the Finance and Fiscal Commission. And also we still express our appreciation as well as our condolences with the loss of your chairperson, Professor Plaikis, who was the one that we collaborated with, and they decided that they want to be part and parcel of this process. We want to express our appreciation. For the Law Reform Commission, Professor Domingo, I don't think it is the first time that we've been engaging with you, but I don't think it will be the last time, because the work that you are doing is very important. And I think we would love some of the reports and the issues that you are submitting to the ministry. We would love our constituency officers as Parliament to be able to have access to that reports, so that we can assist our constituents. That is the women that we are speaking about. And I think a very important issue that was raised by Mamurwa is the issue of the pro bono fund and the pro bono assistance, how particularly rural women can access that. And you have touched so many important issues that I don't want to repeat here, but I feel, and I think we will speak to our chief whip so that we see how we can assist our constituency office to access the reports that you have already so far commissioned. So, and also to the deputy ministers, our colleagues, that at the short notice you have, that is Deputy Minister John Jeffrey and Stu Dlamini, you have been able to participate in this event. We really appreciate that. To the Chief Whip and all the members of Parliament, we've seen that there was quite a few members of Parliament that was part and parcel of this program. We want to express our appreciation for the support that this process, it is an enormous project that we are undertaking on behalf of Parliament. And we really, when we started it, we thought it would be something that will be, we will be able to quickly run through it. But we realized that within our program of Parliament, we still have to accommodate this. And we realize that it is a massive project, because the plight of women is still, after so many years, still really something that we need to give very, very careful attention to, that we need to really make sure that we listen to them and we begin to engage those that are responsible to make sure that we respond to the issues that are raised by our women. I don't really want to go into the issues that have been raised, because it is quite a lot of issues, But some of the areas that have been touched by people is the role of society and the role of the family that is becoming more and more important. But we will have to work with our our communities to make sure that we address the issues that is within our communities. I like the issue that Professor Mkize have raised to say, how do we unlock the collective power of us as women to make sure that we begin to address the issues of women? Because it is sad to see that women are the poorest, women are those that are most unemployed, and they are those that are in society the most unequal also. So the three issues that we have identified long ago as a ruling party, that is the issues that is of concern in this country. Women are the ones that are suffering the most if we look at that specific issues. So really we want to express our appreciation to everyone, and we want to ensure you this is not an event. It is a process and it is a project, and at the end of the project we will report back to the women of South Africa so that they can also say, yes, indeed, this is the areas, but this is my experience and this is our experience, and we want you also to feel that this is a project that we as Parliament are undertaking on behalf of the women of South Africa, so that we can be able to address and to respond and to make sure that we still hampered by the pandemic, but we really hope that God willing, by next year, early before March, be able to respond to the issues of our women. With all of that said, I don't know why the host has stopped my video, please. With all of that said, everyone that participated in this and program of today, make sure that we teach, because we are mostly stay safe, to adhere to the regulations that is there around COVID-19. Let us be an ear and let us be the eyes. Let us be the response to the plight of our women, particularly with regards to criminality and the violence in society. Let us lead you. We are taking South Africa forward. With that said, we want to adjourn the session. Thank you very much to each and everyone. Thank you. And
thank you, Chair.
Also to
Thank you, Chair.
we also thank Honorable Bilal.
Very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
They started the